I'm going to take a comfy break for you.
Madam Mayor, it is 6:04 and we are live.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Lake Worth Beach Regular City Commission meeting of Tuesday, April 1st, 2025. Can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any additions, deletions, or reordering? I know I skipped ahead, but I'm just questioning.
I don't have anything, Madam Mayor.
Okay, the invocation will be led by Christopher McVoy, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Sarah Maliga.
In these times, let us all remember the words, which I can't quote exactly, but they are in the general direction of the only thing that evil needs to prevail is for good men and women to be silent. Let us all remember world history. Let us all be very observant of what is happening in our country. And let us all make sure that we are well informed. And for those who are not endangered by doing so, let them speak out. Join major law firms which have decided to speak out because they publicly are worried about an autocracy. Let us, if we can safely, speak out while we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There's no additions, deletions, or before we get started with the presentations, I want to invite Captain Karn up here. I think he has someone to introduce us to. I don't think you're,
Okay, good evening, Mayor.
you need to get closer.
Okay,
Order. Yeah, you
Okay.
can pick it up. There you go.
all right, so good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners, City Manager. I just want to introduce my new executive officer here in the city of Lake Worth Beach. His name is Lieutenant Clinton Cohen. One of the reasons why I selected Lieutenant Cohen is because of his experience in community policing. He has over 30 years of experience here with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, but mainly because of, I know that there's a lot of quality of life issues that we have to address here. So I chose him because of that, because of his experience with that. And we worked together out in the western parts of Palm Beach County in the past. So I just wanted to introduce him. He can introduce himself. You wanna...
Thank you very much.
Now I'm speaker fright.
You can pick up the microphone too.
I can.
Yes, you can.
All right. Well, respect to the diocese, respect to the citizens of City of Lake Worth Beach. I'm gonna share a secret with you. Don't tell anybody.
Okay.
I graduated from Lake Worth Community High School in 1988. So I am a citizen. I am a citizen of the
We
city.
love it. We love it.
It's a pleasure to work here with you under the leadership of Captain Karn and also to continue the partnership here with the City of Lake Worth Beach. I got a lot of roots here and it's been a great city and I'm looking forward to continuing our relationship.
That's
Appreciate it.
wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you be interested? I do some things at the high school. Would you be interested in coming up to the high school a couple times and talking to the kids and inspiring them to do good?
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very
Might
much.
as well do it together.
We'll talk.
That's
Thank you.
fine. Thank you. Appreciate it. God bless you.
Building a team, Captain Carn. Okay, so first we have a proclamation declaring April 6th to the 12th as National Library Week, and I see we have Mary here. Do we have our librarian here, Cindy, here tonight? No? Well, Mary, you're just gonna have to be the substitute. Come on up. Bring them up. Bring them up. We love our library. We're proud of our library. Hi. Leisure Services, absolutely. Oh, look at that great T-shirt. Of course.
The department and representing the library advisory board.
Oh.
And I am
Can you
vice
talk on the
president.
mic so everybody can hear you in TV land?
I am vice president.
You might want to turn it on, though.
How? I do.
You do.
I am vice president of the Cindy Ansel fan club.
Oh,
So
God,
that's my.
we
part
are all
here.
members. Okay, here's a proclamation. Whereas, from young families stopping in for play and story time, to students sketching out their next creative project, to seniors seeking tech help and everyone in between, libraries help us connect the dots from one part of our journey to the next. And whereas libraries spark creativity, fuel imagination, and inspire lifelong learning, offering a space where individuals of all ages can explore new ideas and be drawn to new possibilities in serving as a vibrant community hubs, connecting people with knowledge, technology, and resources while fostering civic engagement, critical thinking, and lifelong learning. Whereas libraries provide free and equitable access to books, digital tools, and innovative programming, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have the support they need to learn, connect, and thrive. And whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers across the country are joining together to celebrate National Library Week under the theme Drawn to the Library. Whereas libraries protect the right to read, think, and explore without censorship, standing as champions of intellectual freedom and free expression. And whereas dedicated librarians and library workers provide welcoming spaces that inspire discovery, collaboration, and creativity for all. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, encourage all residents to visit the wonderful library, explore its resources, and celebrate all the ways that libraries draw us together as a community, and do hereby proclaim April 6th to 12th, 2025 as National Library Week. In witness whereof I have set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be affixed this first day of April 2025. When I first started coming to Lake Worth in 1967, the second floor of the library, up by the art, books, by the window, and there was and that was my sanctuary. I spent so many hours there. So I'm so delighted that it's still there. Really, it's a wonderful place. And it was built with private funds, which was also very interesting. So do we want a photograph? And, and now we have a legislative update from Jared Rosenstein, who's the partner of Capital City Counseling, and Richard Pinsky, our public policy manager of Ackerman. And three of us were up in Tallahassee last week, and it's a little grim, but we're going to have an update. Jared and Richard, you're on.
Hey guys, it's Jared. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay.
And I think Richard's on.
Yes, absolutely. Good to see you all again.
Yes. So I'll kick it off. Things are always grim in Tallahassee for a municipality, but I actually think that we have a couple things working in our favor. So to the new members of the commission, Jared Rosenstein, I'm a partner at Capital City Consulting. I've been representing Lake Worth Beach for, I don't know, I think it's like 4 or 5 months now. And I've been working in conjunction with Richard Pinsky from Ackerman. One of the things that, and I gotta say, it was very, very, very positive to have such a great turnout of our elected officials from Lake Worth Beach up in Tallahassee this week at the League of Cities Fly-In, because it was important for us to be able to articulate our own position. And what do I mean by that? There's a lot of legislation that gets passed up in Tallahassee that hurts municipalities, right? And it doesn't necessarily happen in a vacuum. You have to be in the game and you have to be up here to really identify and see these issues and be able to communicate with these folks who don't necessarily think along the same lines as you. And that's not a good or bad or indifferent thing. It's that, communication is key. Great example, right? Some of the data that I was able to get from Commissioner Malega and from the city on the CRA was very helpful, right? I was able to get that right to Representative or Chair Gia Lombardo, who's carrying the CRA bill. And at the moment, that bill is, nothing is dead, but it is wounded, I will say. From a policy perspective, things like sovereign immunity affect the city, right? Where are the caps going to be? It's going to be 1 million, 3 million? I don't believe so. The CRA bill affects the city, right? Things like the business tax or the local tax legislation affects the city. And it's Richard and I's job to keep an eye on all of this and engage with those decision makers, and we do. So what I mean by that is, while it does, Mayor, to your point, look grim, night is darkest before the dawn. I gotta say, I think we have something working in our favor. And what that is major political instability in Tallahassee, the likes of which I have never seen, and I think the likes of which Richard has never seen. And if anybody tells you what is going on in Tallahassee right now, they don't know what they're talking about. And, the infighting between the Republican supermajorities in the House, the Senate, and the governor's office is crunching up so much legislation that a lot of the bad bills that hurt municipalities could get caught in the crossfire. And honestly, the League of Cities is praying for more political instability, because more political instability means less committees meeting, means more jump balls, so to speak, votes on bills. And it means that there will be bills that people will take positions on that no one thought positions would be taken on. And bills that hurt municipalities will die. We have this political instability actually working in our favor on the policy side. On the appropriation side, less so. This is a governor's administration who keeps track of those who support them politically in their policy decisions. And the fighting between the House and the Senate and the governor's office is getting so bad that I imagine the veto pen will be wielded very heavily this year. Truly, if we get to a budget at all. I mean, that's how derailed it is up here. Even in the last 24 hours, it has gotten 10 times worse. If any of you are fans of Twitter, you can follow a lot of this high drama between the Florida House of Representatives Twitter accounts, the governor's Twitter account. Look, as lobbyists, our job is to help you, our client, navigate that as my grandmother would say, Michigas, right? And we've successfully been able to get our water projects funded to the 50% level in the Florida House, which, by the way, is historic because this is the smallest House budget almost in modern history, right? This House budget that Speaker Perez put together is less than the governor's proposed budget. It's less than last year, and it's less than the Senate's budget, right? So just the fact that we were able to work with Representative Snyder and Representative Caruso on getting these projects on the water project list was a Herculean feat. So with all that, I will say we have a lot of game yet to be played, right? It's week 5. The Florida legislative session is mandated by the Constitution to be 60 days. Everything is alive until sine die, which is when we gavel out. So even, by the way, that's if we even gavel out. I'll be honest with you. I mean, we might get into a budget fight on week 9 or week 8 and have to extend. I mean, this is unprecedented, wacky times in Tallahassee. And it remains to be seen how this all lands. But again, we have to take this as a positive. This crunches up these committees. This creates bottlenecks for legislation, and this will kill bills that affect our municipality. So this is a good thing for us. And the League of Cities, by the way, is cheering on this fight like they've got popcorn in their hand. That's all the tea I've got, as the kids say, but I'll pass it on to Richard if he has any additional thoughts.
Okay, good. I'm really glad you went first, Jared, because you covered so much. I can say amen to most of it. I do want to congratulate Anthony Siegrich on being elected to the council. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
And also to Councilman McVoy for being reelected as well. So yeah, I love our mayor. I love the characterization of Grim. That is, I think that's being kind. So the only thing I would add is we are watching all the bills and whatnot, but I want to underscore the water projects that are in, and Jared has done a yeoman's job. Because it is the most difficult is getting projects in on the House side. As everyone knows, the budgets need to eventually reconcile. So if you can get your member project appropriation in on either the House or the Senate side, then you're in play for when the budgets don't reconcile and have to go to conference. And and getting it in on the Senate side is usually easier. Getting it on the House side, not so much. And so Jared was very successful in getting those projects in. So for the residents that are listening, and I do know you always have a healthy population of residents that tune in, one of the most important projects for the city of Lake Worth Beach is our monitoring well. Because of our proximity to the Atlantic Ocean, saltwater intrusion into the drinking water is of paramount importance to make sure that does not occur. And we use in our utility, city utility, a way of monitoring that. That has, not that saltwater has seeped in, but the monitoring system has failed a couple of times. That's like, you lose your TV signal. That does not mean everything, the world is shut down. So getting a redundant system and having a dual monitoring well, so replacing the monitoring system we have on the one and getting a new one is of paramount importance. The federal funding has participated. The city is putting money in, of course, and we did get 300, and we've asking for more, but at least we have $375,000 in on the House side, and that's very, very important for the city. The other important project is I want to make sure I say it correctly, and Commissioners May and Malega and the mayor will know, it's 10th Avenue South. The flooding,
right.
the flooding that is going on at around the railroad tracks. We have another $375,000 line item on the House side for that. And then the other item that is typically a Palm Beach County initiative, that's the Lake Worth Lagoon Initiative. And again, credit to Jared for pulling one of those out. There's only really one of two, and I think it's Representative Peggy Gossett-Seidman that sponsored that one on the House. And that's at half in, that's for approximately $185,000. The Senate has not yet come out with any member projects. I went by again today to see Senator Bernard and his staff talking about just what that amendment process is going to be to get our items matched up. It may go all the way to conference. I do agree with Jared that I don't know if we're going to end on time or how it's going to come. There's more, using the governor's word, there's more pettiness proffered today, escalating the feud between the House and the governor. So we don't know where that will end up, but we are halfway through the session. So yes, it's a 60-day session. We also go by weeks. We're about halfway through week 4, so 4.5 weeks of a 9-week session. There's been about 1,800 bills that have been filed. Probably no more than 300 will make it all the way through, if that many. And Jared is again correct that the feuding that's going on, and so the Senate trying to do some shuttle diplomacy, they're getting caught in a few of these items as well. And so nobody really knows at this point just what is going to crash and burn and what is going to survive. But you know, Commissioner May, the mayor, Commissioner Malega, we've worked together. Commissioner McVoy certainly for a number of years, and I do look forward to working with Commissioner Segrich. And I don't want to forget Jamie Brown, who is, and Troy, your staff is always very helpful, supportive. And I do want to congratulate you on a great Pride Fest gathering. I did ride my bike again. It was shaky. It started raining a little bit. It was cloudy, but I did make sure I rode by this weekend and checked everything out on Sunday. And congratulations on a successful event. Probably happy to answer any questions at this point, but thank you very much for your all help and making the effort to come up here last week.
Thank you very much. We all listened to the Florida League of Cities updates on Monday mornings, and it sounded on Monday morning like the CRA bill was getting a little more traction, and it was a little scary. Am I incorrect in that, or can you allay my
The Senate bill is actually being heard right now.
Correct. It's going on right now.
And they had a couple of pro-family, what you would call perhaps anti-abortion or pro-life, depending on which side you're on, bills that have held up the committee meeting. They're going to go late, but that Senate bill is going to come out of the Senate committee today. So they're moving. There's no doubt they're moving.
Here's a little context on the CRA bill, right? Just like Richard, you know, I run our municipal practice for our firm. So I represent a huge swath of municipalities. Some of them have CRAs, some of them don't. But my conversations with both the speaker, because I spoke directly to the speaker on this issue, and the bill sponsor, really center around some of the bad actors historically in the CRA space. And I'm trying to remember, Richard, but Speaker Corcoran passed or attempted to pass CRA reforms, and reforms have passed before that, I believe in 2016. The statute has changed, and CRAs are not the Wild West as they used to be. There are guardrails. So a lot of our advocacy on this bill has been explaining to the bill sponsor that you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Like, there are good CRAs who aren't spending, ridiculous amounts of money on travel and memberships and parades, right? There are CRAs that are doing the business of the people, right? That are doing community redevelopment. And bifurcating that out in the minds of legislators and from an advocacy standpoint, explaining to them that there are good actors and bad actors, and by painting with a broad brush, you diminish the value of CRAs that do a really good job, like ours. Has been our mission. Now, look, I'll say this. Nothing is dead until sine die. I mean, again, the famous quote is 100% true. No man's life, liberty, or property is safe when the legislature is in session. But at the end of the day, on the CRA bill, right, it is something that certain folks in some of the legislative chambers believe in. They think CRAs have run their course, and they have lots of examples of bad actors in the CRA space. So combating that has been an uphill battle, but it hasn't been an impossible battle, right? We have made significant progress with the bill sponsor in the House and the Senate. So at the moment, that bill is being heard right now. After I get off this call, I'm going to go run back over to the Capitol and sit in that committee meeting. But just I implore all my cities, but specifically the cities that have CRAs, like you guys, like keep your powder dry. You know, that data was fantastic, right? That I presented to both the speaker's office and to the sponsor on our CRA, and just ride the wave a little bit on this one. For the citizens listening, though, here's what I will say: a little context on some of the appropriations that Richard Pinsky mentioned. In the Florida House of Representatives, there's a rule. It's called the 50% rule, and no line item project, and cities and counties will put in projects for water or road projects, and the state will do a little bit of buy-in with them. There's a match that happens, usually 50% match. But the reason why these numbers seem a little wonky, 375, is because of this 50% rule, right? And the 50% rule denotes that the Florida House has to fund something at a minimum 50% of its initial ask. It can't fund something at 1%. It can't fund something at 10% or 20%. It has to fund it at 50%. It can go up that dollar amount. So to Richard's point, the dual zone monitoring well, which is very important to the city, could get its full amount of 750. We just don't know yet. So we're alive. And I always use the legislative parlance, we are quote unquote in play or conference to get those numbers higher. Do I think they're going to go higher this year? In my professional opinion, no. I think we're going to walk away with 375, only because this is a year of super tight budgets, fiscal responsibility, and this Doge mentality of shrinking budgets, shrinking government. But at the end of the day, I would argue 375 is better than zero. So that's my answer on the budget, and that's a little context on the CRA bill.
Thank you. Commissioner McVoy has a question for you.
And a statement, I'm with you on 375 is better than zero, especially for water projects. Just a question
Perfect.
on the CRA thing, the bill. Do you have a sense of what percentage of CRAs are in fact bad actors or are considered bad actors? And what do we have as sort of an independent measure of how to identify that percentage, or those that are the ones, such that you could say, hey, look, when you look at this independent measure, 85% of them or 99% of them, whatever it is, are doing fine and doing good things. Do you have anything of that sort to work with?
Sure. I'll give you real world examples. And for everyone listening, this is gonna be like a really cool social studies experiment, right? So when I go to a legislator's office as a lobbyist and I'm wearing my Lake Worth hat, right? And I go in and I talk about the CRA, I want to, and this legislator, you walk into that office and they hate CRAs. They hate all CRAs. They think CRAs are bad. Politics is not a zero-sum game. It is a game of inches. So, and that is the same for advocacy, right? So one of the things that I've worked on is working with the bill sponsor, Chair Mike Giolombardo, who's from the West Coast. He's from the Fort Myers area, right? He has several CRAs in his district. One of the things that I've tried to really work with them on is, okay, what CRAs do you think, what do you think that CRAs do that is incongruent with, good public policy? And he'll say, CRAs will have unelected bureaucrats on the board. They won't have elected officials. And I'll say, okay, great. Some CRAs do, some CRAs don't. CRAs will use money on parades and festivals to promote redevelopment, but they won't actually do anything for redevelopment. I said, okay, great. But here are examples of great redevelopment projects that we have done, right? So I can't give you a number, Commissioner, as to how many are good or bad apples, right, in the bunch. But what I will say is that there are things that I have talked about with the bill sponsor on CRAs that have, I think, when this bill was filed, would probably be a non-starter, but now are, in discussion. What do I mean by that? Guardrails on how the money is spent is better than getting rid of all CRAs, right? So, do I have cities and counties that I have worked with in the past that have used their CRAs for things like festivals and parades? 100%. If the legislature says to cities and counties, right, like you can have CRAs can be used for community redevelopment, but you can't use them for parades or festivals, I would take that win because politics is a game of inches.
I like the logic. Good job. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Jared, I have a question. This
Yes,
is
ma'am.
Vice Mayor Maliga.
Yeah,
But did you
hi.
show them, but did you show them my emoji?
I did not show them your emoji. Okay, I did not. But yes, there was for the uninitiated in my talking points on the CRA bill, there was a big smiley face in the middle of the page. So
Thank you. I appreciate all your hard work for both you and Richard.
And I want to thank Mr. Malega because she did get a very succinct page that he can hand out, and it was very, very helpful. Thank
It
you.
was by the way, it was not just helpful for me because I'm getting CRA one pagers from all these cities, right? It was helpful to talk about in the context of Lake Worth Beach, right? We are a small town with a really small budget, right? And it may look great on a map or like on the ocean, but there are parts of the city that have blight. There are parts of the city, right? There are parts of the city that a CRA makes sense in. So, to the uninitiated elected official up here who looks at the map, they think we're just some ritzy, fancy schmancy city in Palm Beach County, and we're not. We're not. So it's Richard and I's job to brand us as such. We need CRAs, right, to help redevelop parts of the city. That's how this works.
Would it be helpful for us to contact the people, Jim Bardo and those folks?
I don't think so. One of the tricks of the trade, right, in terms of advocacy, especially on some of these issues, is letting some of the larger associations take the arrows. So let the Florida League of Cities, let the Florida Association of Counties charge up the hill, right? But people like Richard and I are behind them, then peeling off and individualizing the advocacy, talking about Lake Worth Beach, right? Not cities in general. Because guess what? There are bad actors in the CRA space. So
We are not them. Commissioner May has a question.
I actually don't have a question, but I wanted to thank you for was it last week?
Yes.
God, it seems like a long time ago. I had never been to Tallahassee before, never met with any of the legislators or anything. And between the Florida League of Cities initiation and Richard and Jared's escorting, I feel really comfortable doing it and could definitely go back and speak clearly about our needs in our city. So I very much appreciate the hand holding. Thank you.
They're very good
Fantastic.
holders. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you guys.
Okay, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Next up, we have a presentation of 2025 Utility Financing Plan by Davenport and Company.
Good evening.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Turn this on correctly. Is that good? Yeah, I may do that. We'll sort of migrate a little bit. Mayor, members of the commission, nice to see you as always. Kyle Laux with Davenport, the city's financial advisor. Working again with our firm and team over the last several years on behalf of the city. We are here this evening with really an educational piece. It's sort of in advance of some action that will be requested of the commission in about a month, 30 days. We wanted to come and bring that before you, give you a little bit of information, education, so to speak, take any questions that we can answer now, and certainly come back in about a month with some specific action on financing for some utility projects. And so with that as a little bit of precursor, we've got a presentation. I'll walk through and happy to take questions as we go. So again, we as always appreciate the opportunity to serve the city and have done that for about 5 or 6 years or thereabouts. Obviously work on behalf of you, the commission, working with your staff. As we talk about these projects, these aren't sort of Davenport's projects. You as a city come up with these with your engineers, your independent assessments. It's our job to really figure out how it is we go about paying for those in the context of our credit ratings, our financial policies, so forth and so on. So that's really what we have today, is a little bit of a briefing on that process. As I said at the outset, the topic this evening is really really 4 of your enterprise funds. And so those enterprise funds listed at the top of the page there, electric, water, local sewer, and stormwater. We call those enterprise funds in the world of public finance because they are run like businesses, like enterprises, whereby the revenues of the various systems, each of those 4, really pays for the various expenses, whether it's operating or capital. That's the best practice. The rating agencies care about that. They expect that. And that helps to insulate the general fund so that whether it's electric, water, sewer, so forth and so on, there's enough challenges to take care of with the general fund side of things, running these systems so that they are self-supporting, self-sustaining, make sure we're protecting the general fund and its financial standing. And so you've done that for a number of years. We say that in the middle of the page. Going back to 2020, really in the sort of middle of the pandemic, there was a need that was identified by the city to really make some major investments in your various utility systems. Electric is obviously the biggest of those 4 that we're talking about. And so there was a plan that was put in place back in 2020 that has worked sequentially each year thereafter to go about financing and investing in the infrastructure required to keep the various utility systems running as efficiently and as reliably as they can. And so those at the bottom of the page, what we put in place is something we call a consolidated utility revenue. What that basically means is it gives you as a city an ability to, subject to the commissioner's approval, borrow for projects using the wherewithal and the revenues of those utility systems to pay for the debt. So we're not using any of the general fund dollars. It's not the general taxing power of the city. It's really the specific revenues of each of those various funds that are used to repay the debt that we'll talk about in the next couple of pages. Excuse me. Well, they are technically bonds. So we'll sometimes use bonds and loans interchangeably, but this is a bond issue that we'll be talking about.
Okay.
But it's a revenue bond as opposed to a GO, general obligation bond.
That's exactly correct.
Okay.
Exactly correct. And so it comes with the commission. And again, does not rely on taxing power, does not rely on your general obligation credit, relies only on the revenues of, in this case, electric, water, and local sewer. There's a little nuance with stormwater, so we're going to put that in a different color there. We'll talk about that. But by far your biggest components here are electric, water, and sewer. So the next page, these are the dollar amounts that will be financed via what will really be 2 different bond issues. And again, that terminology, bonds, what we really mean exactly to Mr. McVoy's point is loans. Sometimes we use those terms interchangeably. All the dollars are repaid from the revenues of the various systems noted there. All of these projects, which we can go into a little bit more detail, and your staff certainly can, were identified and forth as part of your budget process. And so those of you on commission during your last budget process, you may recall Stantec, another firm, does very good work. It's not us, but we think they do a good job, multi-year financial planning. And so all of the projects that we're talking about are basically built into that Stantec planning. So it's not a surprise. It's been baked in your budget, baked into your multi-year planning. This is really just the phase of going forth and going and getting the dollars to do the projects in a methodical manner. Importantly, is we'll kind of look at the various components there on the left-hand side in the blue, the electric fund, the biggest component, about 65% of your total enterprise funds. That is the biggest of those various funds. Electric's about $35 million. And so those projects And certainly Mr. Liberty can elaborate in much more detail than I can. That's really the core of your system hardening plan that's been in place for a number of years on the electric. And so that's really the biggest chunk of the dollars there, that roughly 35 million. That's actually less than what was planned in that Stantec planning. So if you go back and look at the Stantec numbers, going back 6-8 months, that's less, that 35 million that was planned. That's on purpose, because what we're really doing is trying to focus on borrowing the dollars close to when we need them. And so we're not trying to borrow too far out, so we don't want to be sitting on the bond proceeds for too long. And so we're really trying to take this in increments aligned with when we actually think we'll need the dollars for the various projects. So again, electric is about 35 million, I'm rounding, water fund about 10, and then sewer is about 2.2 million. So the utility revenue bonds, which again is that credit structure that was created in 2020, in total is about 47.5, rounding about $48 million in total. The one is, we have a different color there over in green off to the right, the stormwater fund. The stormwater fund will be financed in a similar manner, but we use a little bit different revenue credit for it, because the stormwater fund cash funds the vast majority of its projects. And so it's not included in that larger financing structure that's in blue on the left there. So we have a different financing structure that's called non-ad valorem revenue bonds. That's something you as a city have used a couple times in the last couple of years. We're going to use that credit structure to do the stormwater projects of about 2.7 million. That doesn't mean that we're using non-ad valorem revenues to pay for that 2.7 million. You'll be using the stormwater fund revenues to pay for that portion of it. And again, the biggest component of this is that system hardening and rehabilitation program. I think it's also important to note that when the city goes and borrows money, whether it's a bond issue or a loan, whatever you call it, you're borrowing money to pay for long-term capital projects. So you're not paying for operational needs. You're paying for assets that are going to go quite literally into the ground. They have a long, useful life, ranges from things like pump stations and so forth and so on the water fund. And so in the world of municipal finance, the typical way to pay for that is to borrow some dollars and pay for it over time. They're going to be assets that'll have a long, useful life, could be 20, 30 years. And so what borrowing allows you to do is have the customers that will benefit from the use of those assets to help pay for those over time. That's a very common practice used really across the country and across the state. As we talk about our sort of the way we go out about borrowing for the projects, especially the utility revenue credit will be done in the public credit markets. And so back in 2020, the way we go access those credit markets is we've got a credit rating. And so here on the page, your utility revenue rating right now is an A2 from Moody's. And this is their terminology. That's a strong credit rating. Back in that time period, there were some financial challenges back in 2020, and there was some cleanup that was done. And so we really see your system being much stronger than it was 4 or 5 years ago. So as part of the process we'll be going forward over the next couple of months is we'll be updating the rating agencies, meaning Moody's and probably one more we'll add into the mix on the current financial situation, on the plan, on the multi-year planning that the city does, and getting an update to those credit ratings that allow us to go borrow in the marketplace at the most cost-effective possible manner.
I see we have a couple questions. Commissioner McBoy, followed by Malega.
Certainly.
Thank you. Couple. One of them is you mentioned Stantec, and one of the pieces, and you also mentioned that part of the reason that the logic behind borrowing for these long-term capital things is equity to spread the cost over future customers, not put it all today on the current cost, which makes a lot of equity sense, and I think it's accepted past. What people now are concerned about, of course, is rates. And what I think you can reassure us that when we looked at the Stantec forward modeling, it included these bonds. And so we know, as we're thinking about setting those rates, that we've already taken this into account. There are no surprises coming here. Is
That's
that
exactly right. That is exactly correct. Yep.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
Another piece is, as you mentioned, at least for the electrical and probably true for water also, these are long-term assets that we're buying with this bond money, guessing that they're probably typically 30 to 50-year lifespan things. In the water side, there's not a whole lot of changes in technology that we pretty much know how to supply water to a community. You dig a well, you dig it out, you purify it. There are a couple of different technologies for that. Those are in place. There aren't new surprises. Electric world, which is our biggest chunk there, is very different. That there is a lot of new technology coming. There's a major shift worldwide in generation sources, a major shift in storage, which never was an element before. Because these assets are long-term, one of the things, and I guess this is perhaps less to you, but maybe a question also, but to my colleagues, is I would feel most comfortable moving forward with these kind of bonds if we had some independent outside analysis by people who are very aware of future technologies and thinking about those and saying, is everything we are doing here incorporating the best of those future technologies, or at least not precluding any of them? Because similarly, an example from the Corps of Engineers, they pay a lot of attention to sea level rise. And they say, if you have a 50-year lifespan pump station that's near the coast, you need to build that thing taking into account our best estimates of sea level rise over 50 years. Be foolish not to. The Army, the military does the same thing. That's where I would be looking to our colleagues that we find some way before we embark on these to make sure that we've done that due diligence of checking out on the electrical ones, because of it's a changing technology environment on that one. And my last one, unrelated to technology, is I don't know if you were aware of it, but back around the turn of the year, there was some kerfluffle from one of the newspapers that thought that we had some issues with our bonds and our audits and whatnot. As far as I could tell, there was a lot more smoke and not much fire. But does that figure into any of this? And it's kind of related, do you have any data on what our credit rating has looked like over time? Are we moving up? Are we moving down? Are we holding steady?
Yeah, so two questions in there. I may defer the technical question, the electric, to Mr. Liberty, is that's all right.
Madam
Steve,
Mayor,
please.
for the record, at Liberty Electric Utility Director, let's go after this in small pieces. First of all, the 2025 borrowing, which was anticipated in the Stantec model, was in the order of magnitude of about $58 million or so. You can see that we've reduced that substantially. We've done that by assuming that there'll be a subsequent borrowing in late 26. So what we're doing is we're borrowing the money we need to get the project started, rather than borrowing a bunch of money, for example, to construct things that we might not construct for another 2+ years. So we don't want to pay debt service on money we don't yet need. So we're breaking it up. We're very conscious of our position in the rate structures across the state and our competitiveness. And we intend to stay at or below
below our neighbor.
Yes. And we track that very closely. So that's a part of our strategy. In respect to the technology discussion, so wire is wire and poles are poles. Now, having said that, we are largely going with concrete poles and ductile iron or steel poles. So that we're addressing that technology. All of the wire that we're replacing is intended to be able to operate at 26,000 volts instead of the current 4,000 volts. So we're stepping up to allow for future growth and reduce our line losses in the system. We're going with large numbers of what we call sectionalizers or reclosers, which is the state of the art right now. And there is at least one project which is high tech, which is a battery energy storage project. And why is that in there? Well, if you remember, we were awarded a close to $24 million grant from the DOE. That project is still on track. We've been answering a lot of questions and cleaning up the grant application to remove some of the things the current administration would not like to see funded. So that's in the process of being cleaned up. However, battery energy storage is still in there. Part of the money in there is the grant match for a portion of that work, which will see the battery energy storage project get started. And also an AMI system. We have to replace our AMI system because it's going to approach end of life from an operational point of view very quickly. And we have already issued an RFP and selected a company to take us through the selection process of what's the right AMI system to have and how to go about procuring it.
I
So,
know you love acronyms. What's AMI? for
oh,
everybody?
I'm sorry, automated metering infrastructure. These are the meters which talk to us and tell us not only how much energy you use, but more importantly, when you have an outage or a power quality issue. Thank you for prompting me to say that. It's very, very appropriate. So we are taking into account. In addition, I would offer that your bond resolutions requires to have an independent engineer's report done. That is currently underway. So we do test these things to make sure that we're not doing the wrong things. In other words, we would not, using this money, buy something that was 1970 technology, which, by the way, much of our system is operating on 1970 technology. Much of it is that old. So many of our systems are way beyond end of life, fully depreciated and technically down to zero. And that's why we're replacing them. Many of the things that we're buying, we're starting with this project, will go 30 plus years. However, there are some things in there that are less than 30 years, and the borrowing schedules are adjusted accordingly to make sure that we're not paying for things 30 years from now that had an end of life 15 years from now. So what would those types of things be? Large trucks, for example. Many of our large trucks are way beyond end of life, and manufacturers are now ceasing to support maintenance of those trucks. So we need to get our alignments of new trucks. That's in there too, but we're not going to borrow for a 30-year loan on a 15-year truck, right? So it's adjusted for things like that. So your question is a good one. I just want people to have the confidence that we are taking those things into account when we make these decisions on the types of projects we're undertaking.
Thank you. Commissioner Malago?
So it actually ties into Richard and Jared earlier. We know that you are up in Tallahassee fighting the good fight as well. What I'd like to know is when we're looking at these numbers, are we taking into consideration the possibility that we could be losing tax exemption on utility bonds? That's on the federal level. And are we looking, when Yannick and I spoke earlier, looking at if we lose the surcharge on I don't know how many customers we have that are outside of the city limits that we service. So I want to make sure that when we're looking at the numbers, we're looking at worst case scenario, payback situation, because we're not going to know, obviously, because Tallahassee and DC are still up, they're fighting with each other until we're into this process. And I just want to make sure that we're making the right financial decision predicated on worst case scenario of some of these bills passing.
I'll tackle that in little pieces as well. That's a very good point, that these are revenue bonds and we need the revenue to continue to pay for them. Whether we have a surcharge or not, and I think the surcharge is mostly on water side, not necessarily on electric side, these are projects which need to be undertaken to serve the customers. And many of these, or I'd say most of these, are projects that we don't have an option to not do them. The poles are rotting, they're falling down. Customer lifeline service of electrical water is at risk. And we don't have the option to not do that. So we would have to adjust the rates to achieve the revenues that we need. What we tend to do when we're planning into the future, because we're looking 30 years into the future, we forecast, for example, what our customer growth rates are going to be. The more customers you have, the more customers that you have to share the base expenses. We forecast very conservatively on what those numbers are. We forecast usually about 0.75%. For the past 5 to 10, 13-ish years, we've been running a little over 1.1%. And every indication that we have on the horizon right now is that we're going to meet that 0.75% growth. So we're confident that we will be able to afford to do things. The challenges that we're facing in technology and capital investment are not necessarily unique to Lake Worth. We're a little bit behind because we deferred capital investment for so many years. But all of the utilities in the state, and certainly the utility that surrounds us here in Palm Beach County, is investing billions of dollars into infrastructure. So we have to keep up to keep these basic services.
No, I agree. I understand that, but that one who surrounds us doesn't have to go out and get a utility bond.
Right.
And we do. And that's my concern, is that if we lose the tax exemption, I want to know that we're looking at the bigger picture just in case.
Yep, and I'm happy to jump in on that one. And so this concept of removing tax exemption as an option for states and local governments, it's been kicked around before, and it certainly is being kicked around now. We don't have any control over that. You don't have any control over that. But what you're doing is, as we're talking today, it's April 1st, we're going to be back basically at the end of the month to have these bonds authorized, is moving as quickly as we can to go lock in that roughly $50 million of funding. Absent a big surprise, that'll be done on a tax exempt basis. And so that's step one. Step two is when we do the planning, that multi-year planning, that Stantec, we have some input in that. We've put in an interest rate that is above the current market for tax exempt on purpose. And so that's to both to protect against interest rate fluctuations, which again is something you can't control and we can't control. And it's also to add a little bit of contingency for something that would be very unusual and disruptive to the municipal market, like taking away tax exemption. So to the extent possible, we've tried to plan for some of those things.
Commissioner May?
Thank you for you're a really good explainer. So that was very helpful. So basically, if you're looking at this, if it was like a personal credit rating, are we like 700?
Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know if I can make an exact correlate. I don't want to give you a specific number because it doesn't track exactly, but I would look to
Looks like a
their
C plus.
specific. Yeah, I mean, you're strong. And so AAA is the highest possible. For a city of your size. It's not probably realistic in the short run.
Okay.
For a utility system that's combined like yours to be in that strong category. And that rating was obtained in 2020 when you were coming out of some financial challenges. And so I think to Commissioner McVoy's sort of the tail end of your question earlier, you're financially stronger than you were back when we first talked to this. And so does that mean specifically the rating agencies are going to do anything new, meaning will they upgrade us? We're not quite sure. There's a lot going on within their various criteria. We watch that very, very closely. Each of them publishes a specific, what they call criteria. So they don't come up with these ratings sort of, offhand. They've got a very specific criteria they work through. Part of that is quantitative, meaning plugging the numbers in. And part of it is understanding what your as a city's strategy is, what your plans are. And so, for instance, as you, as a commission in the city, have put in place things like your storm fund. You're following your financial policies. You're putting in place new policies to put some dollars away in the event of an emergency. That looks good to them, both financially, but also managerially, that we're starting to do some of those things that you hadn't done historically.
Yeah, I'm very proud of the fact that we've been able to do that in the past year, 2 years, start those funds so that we won't be caught short and still, increase our bond rating is at the same time.
Yeah.
So when you come back in a month, are you gonna have a new rating for us?
We probably won't have it yet. We'll probably be doing the work to get ready to talk to them. We'll probably be talking to the rating agency right around the time we come back. And we'll have an answer from them probably about 2 weeks later. So middle part of,
so pretty close.
yeah,
Pretty
middle, I would say middle part of May, maybe late May. We can certainly be prepared to come back and let you know how that went. And they'll provide written reports. And so that's not our opinion. That's not staff's opinion. They're independent outside assessments. And so we'll be able to take some of that commentary and understand what things are we doing well, what are our challenges. There's always strengths and challenges. You get both sides of the equation. And so we'll be able to understand very specifically what those are as we go through.
And they'll give guidance for where we're maybe lacking a little bit. We can increase our efforts.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Ed, before you answer that, I have a question for you. And I'm not an electrician. I don't know, but as you're redoing this, are you undergrounding everything or is that not appropriate for Florida?
It is appropriate for Florida. It's very difficult to do in a situation where we are, which the infrastructure in the city is largely built out. There's not much room left to go underground. So where we can, on a selective basis, we do go underground. We evaluate each project and say, does it make sense to go underground or not? One of the problems when they're undergrounding late in life, like we are as a city in terms of our evolution, meaning everything's built out already, is it's very expensive. So if we were starting, for example, with a green field, hundreds of acres.
Like Westlake.
Westlake.
If we Westlake, we would underground.
Absolutely.
Utopia.
Just plowing new ground, go underground. Absolutely. But in our situation, we have to be very selective because it can be very expensive to go underground, even for a short distance, 2, 3, 4 times versus going overhead. So we have to be very selective.
Okay. And then, well, hold on, one more thing. So also, knowing your position in some of these, like the FMEA and other positions within Florida, I would consider you an expert in the electricity field. And, going from what Commissioner McVoy says, getting an outside opinion. I mean, if we weren't Lake Worth Beach, wouldn't we hire you to give it to us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now,
Okay, that
whether
was
that
my
would
last
hold up in a
question.
court of law, that's one thing. In a cocktail hour, absolutely.
Okay, but I mean, you would be considered an expert in your field.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McFoy. You have a follow-up?
Yeah, and I think you had something you wanted to add
Yeah,
a minute ago. Did you get a chance to do that?
Yeah, I wanted to add with respect to the credit ratings agencies that they're very familiar with us. They are watching us more closely than people think, not because we've done something wrong, but because we've done a lot right. And we are a part of the Florida Municipal Power Agency, FMPA, St. Lucie project, which is a nuclear plant. It's about 35% of the energy that we provide to our customers comes from nuclear. We are the single largest participant in the FMPA membership in that particular project. The rating agency that rates those bonds and advises the public who bought those bonds spends a lot of time looking at us. Now, they maintain, in essence, kind of a private rating, shadow rating on us. They don't publish our rating, but they've expressed concerns over the years quite publicly. We have addressed those concerns. I think the steps that this commission is taking in building the PCA fund balance, for example, instituting the storm fund charge, having some base rate increases, which, by the way, our rates today at the end of 2024 were the same as they were at the end of 2014. So trying to find a business that's held their prices the same for that long. So, we got down very low in the state rankings. So that, and we're generating revenue, positive revenue above expenses. So we're doing the right things. Now, I can't guarantee you what grade the professor is going to give us when these scores come out, but I think that what Kyle and Davenport have pointed out here, I think is very reasonable given what we've seen, but we won't know until we actually go through the process.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it is a process. And to Ed's point there, you had a lot of rebuilding to do starting around that 2020 time period. And so you're sort of in that cycle, and every utility goes through different cycles whereby you need to make some big investments and then it kind of tails off over time. And so you're in that big investment cycle. If you think about maybe a personal finance corollary with your home, you've lived in it for a while. At some point, you got to do the roof, the air conditioning's broken, you got to, fix the plumbing or something like that. And you're just kind of in that cycle. And that usually requires, for many people, going and borrowing some dollars to get that done. And so you're just in that cycle as a city. But to Ed's point, with the multi-year planning, with what you've done as a commission to put in place a methodical process for going through rate increases, to make your rate structure, especially on the electric side, more modern and more flexible to protect you as a city from the fluctuations in energy prices. Those are the kind of things that the rating agencies, even if they don't show up exactly in the numbers yet, they look at and see that the process and the managerial sort of foresight is there. And so we see that all as a good positive.
Great. Thank you. You had a follow-up?
Well, I didn't quite get the end of the things. One, just from either you or Yannick, that question I had about the noise in the newspaper earlier in the month, that's kind of evaporated away. And then I have a follow-up on the electric. And either of you or both might want to comment on it.
I'll go ahead. For the record, Yannick with finance. Oh, yes, that was false information. I'm not sure where they got it from. They definitely did not reach out to me for that information. Our rates were never dropped as they reported. So yes, to your point, as you call
It's a non-issue, basically.
Fake news.
Yes.
Yeah, fake news. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's clearly been in the last 4 or 5 years, it's been a challenging multiple years within the overall world of public finance. And so, we've lots of clients all over the place. You obviously are one of those. And so those types of things do happen. But with your audits coming in, with the financial results coming in, yeah, we really see you being in good shape.
Good. And on the technical one, to Commissioner May's comment, if I'm going to have my knee replaced, I'm certainly going to go to Ed as an expert in the field. I'm going to Ed. Ed's good on knees. He's sales. He's got to have good knees. What I'm talking about, and in the description, I have no doubt that all of the things that we are doing in the sort of traditional electric power methodology, we're 100% on. And if you ever get a chance to tour the new, I forget what we call it, but the building in the corner of the yard there, it is first rate. I mean, there's no question that it's the quality of the work that was brought in, the design all looks excellent. My concern is, again, you're going for a knee replacement. It's kind of a big deal. You might want to get a second opinion. And in this case, what I'm looking for is a second opinion from somebody who's a specialist in new technologies, in the things that they can see coming. I would not ask for this in water because there's not particularly much of anything new. We've already done the one new one, which is RO. We already did that 10 years ago. In the electric field, that's very different. There's all sorts of things, microgrids, distributed generation, distributed storage, all those things. Those are things that is not the traditional power. And that's where, because of the lifespan of these investments, I think it would be wise for us. And I think it would help also for bond rating type things. If they see, hey, this outfit has looked ahead and said, these are long lifespan things, 30, 50 years. Let's make sure that they've opened every possible direction to move and be ready to adopt any of that, or maybe adopt it as part of this. I think that's just a due diligence thing in the electric area, not in sewer or water, because they're different.
Well, having had 3 knee replacements,
You got no second opinion. You went
no
to Ed?
second opinion. I went to
Right.
Ed. He did a bang up job. Ed, I got an extra knee.
Yeah.
So many, actually, there was an extra one there, but do you keep up with that stuff?
Actually, I do. In prior roles, I was manager of advanced projects and new products and service developments for a very large IOU early in my career. So yeah, I do follow that stuff very closely. I have to characterize what we're really doing here is we are rebuilding the skeleton of the electric system onto which all these future things would one day be attached. And we're building it in such a way that it would not preclude these future technologies from being attached. So for example, battery energy storage, we're planning to attach that to our system, and we have some grant dollars to actually deploy our battery energy storage project. But we're not, for example, planning to host a modular nuclear reactor. Microgrids, certainly possible. There's nothing that we're doing that would preclude microgrids from occurring. As a matter of fact, adding 60 plus sectionalizers or reclosers of the systems will in fact enhance the ability to be able to do that in the future. So we're not doing anything from a technology point of view that would block something like this being attached to. For example, we can have more than enough room to continue to add customer-owned renewable energy generation like solar. We have 330 plus customers today plugged into the grid, and we're making sure that more can plug in the future. That's a decision you would have to make in terms of increasing sizes, but we're not precluding those things from happening.
I guess the next time I need a replacement, you're my man.
Like force is the charm.
Well, there's the hip, there's the shoulder. It's a long
I
story.
don't know if he does those.
Okay, anything else? We keep going?
A couple pages, but I think we've covered a lot of this. So to Councilwoman Malega's question in terms of interest rates, this is a graph showing basically an index of tax exempt borrowing rates going back to 1980. It's on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, more recently back to 2020. And so all we're really looking at here is from a historical perspective on a tax exempt basis, very favorable interest rate environment. It's not the all-time lows that it was during the crazy pandemic time period, but it's very historically favorable for purposes of borrowing long-term fixed rate, much like maybe your mortgage at some point.
82 was a great year for music, but apparently not a great year for municipal bonds.
No, it was a little rough in those years, but it's been a very nice trend since then. And the corollary, so you flip the page. I'm sorry, Mr. Boyd, do you have a question?
What's the right-hand graph? I'm following the left hand.
Yep.
Since May 2020. Blow up.
Oh, okay. Got it. I didn't. And blowing
so
up is
the whole point of the right-hand graph, we've just taken last 4 or
See
5
that
years
data.
and said, all right, we're
Got
not
it.
as low as we were in 2020 and 2021. Correct.
Give it, thank
Exactly
you.
right. That's exactly right.
Always a good thing.
The flip side to that is from a reinvestment standpoint, we're in a much better position than we were during those all-time lows in 2020, 21, and 22. And so the other nice part about where we are in an interest rate environment is while we're borrowing at a little bit higher rate than these crazy all-time lows, we're actually able to reinvest the cash and earn some dollars in that cash that's in the bank. And so current overnight reinvestment rates, probably about 4.5%. On a good day, that may be about what we borrow in terms of interest rates. And so while the rates, again, a little higher than pandemic time period, but we've got a real ability to earn dollars to the benefit of the utility systems, to the benefit of the city by virtue of having more dollars literally in the bank.
Commissioner May.
Do you have, so basically let's say we borrow $10 million, but we're not going to spend the $10 million right away. So we put it in the bank. And are you putting it in like a savings account or are you investing it in the market? How risky is happening?
Not risky.
Well, I'm okay. So
Not
what
risky at all.
happens?
So you're very limited in what you can invest borrowed proceeds. And so you're basically only going to invest it, so to speak, in money markets, treasury bonds,
Guaranteed,
unconditionally guaranteed by the U.S.
nothing
federal-
variable.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
And I think that's important for all of us
You
to
never
hear and
are.
for the,
No
Technically,
Bitcoin.
Your
Yeah.
money market type investments are variable in that way, but it's all the highest possible quality backed by the federal government.
got it.
Type of investment. So
I-
you're not buying stocks, you're not buying equities, nothing like that. It's basically
Okay,
treasury.
so we're not making crazy amounts of money, but we're not going to lose it either.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
And I would add that to the extent that we earn interest on that money has to be spent in the spirit of what the original money was borrowed for. So we can't take it to pay for operating expenses, for example. It has to be put back into system hardening. In
Quite
our case, it would be system hardening reliability. Yeah.
Do.
You come to us, Ed, when you don't have any more system hardening.
Yeah.
And just be like, I'm done. I'm done. It's perfect.
Well, I mean, I have to say, since I've lived here, in 1979, I moved here permanently, and it was sort of quaint because there were so many outages. It was like living in Vermont. It was just like, oh, the lights are out again. It's a huge difference, and we really appreciate it. Some of us go back that far. Okay.
Yeah, so Mayor, just a couple more pages here and looking at the next step. So basically, we're going to have two different financings. The primary is the combined revenue bonds. That's electric, water, and sewer. And we'll have a smaller for the stormwater that just kind of is that little additional piece. And so that's really what we're saying there. We'll be working on that process over the next month, bring that back to the commission in about a month for formal approvals. In terms of the existing debt service, again, the dark blue here, if you're just looking graphically, are your existing payments, and this is the aggregate of water, sewer, and electric. The light blue is the new payments. Again, getting to the point that we're spreading this over time, much like a mortgage, so the users of the system pay for it over time. We're not overburdening today's users. And most importantly, this was planned for within your budget, within the Stantec modeling, et cetera, so it is not a surprise. I think we've kind of said most of this already. Stormwater, again, because it's not necessarily included within that larger financing structure, it's going to be broken out. We're going to use this non-ad valorem pledge to do that. Something the city's done multiple times very successfully in the past. Because it's a little bit smaller, we're going to go get that via a competitively bid bank loan. You'll see all those results as we work through that. We just want to let you know it's a little bit different process for each of those, but all sort of moving in the same direction at the same time. So we're sort of combining efforts amongst those two financing processes. And again, on the stormwater fund side, this is what that debt profile looks like. The dark green is the existing debt that you have on the books right now. The light green, sort of the nominal amount that gets paid over the next several years.
And if
Sure.
the only thing I might add there and is, although I don't anticipate any major technology changes in stormwater, you know, we do that pretty much the same way. We will be shifting toward adding technology. If you talk to the water management district, passive drainage in South Florida is how we used to do things. They are planning very big investments because they know they're going to have to move to pumped, which has both capital costs and operating costs with it. We have, as you probably know, implemented an increase in our stormwater funding, which is good, but we're borrowing only 2.5 million on this. If it were me, I would say go a little higher rather than lower, because all the indications are we're going to have more needs. We already have rainy day flooding. We already have difficulties in that area, and it isn't going to get better.
Yeah, and we're
And
obviously we're reacting to what the city's given us in terms of projects.
Sure.
What's within your budget and CIP, and so that's really kind of the way we're trying to at least methodically work our way through the
Right.
process here.
And something for us to be aware, it's to, Vaughn, I think, would back up this. The two things that affect us, one is easily overlooked. The one that everybody knows about is we're coastal and sea level rise, and it's going up. The one that is more often overlooked is changes in rainfall intensity, which is very directly tied to flooding. You may get roughly the same amount of annual rainfall, but if it happens in shorter periods, you get worse flooding. And that's the predictions at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Segrich?
So it looks like a large portion of the debt is extending out to like 2040, 2050, and it's already existing. And you had mentioned we're in fairly favorable waters for borrowing and so on. Have we looked at refinancing that debt? Is that something that is a possibility to do to take advantage of the favorability that we're currently in?
It's a very good question. We have looked at it. We'd be perfectly happy to go refinance that if you could save money on it. We can't right now, but it is something we watch and monitor as different interest rates evolve. So your last two, I'll just give you a little perspective here. The last two times you borrowed, so the laser pointer on it. Yeah, it's not gonna work, but the point of the slide here is when you borrowed in 2020 and again in 2022, rates were at or near like their all-time lows. And so the bad maybe is we can't refinance right now, but the good in that is because you borrowed at such a low favorable interest rate that it just isn't economically a savings right now. But certainly we watch that, and to the extent there's an ability to refinance for savings purposes, that's part of our job as well to watch that for you.
I should point out in terms of debt. So in the electric utility, we have two debts which were outside of these bonds. One is the FMPA Stanton project, which has debt. That unit retires at the end of this year, and those payments go away. The second was the St. Lucie FMPA St. Lucie project, which I mentioned with the largest participant. We were very heavy proponents, strong proponents of refinancing that debt. That took place about 3 years ago. That lowered our operating costs by about $2 to $2.5 million a year. And that debt will completely retire in about 7 years. It'll come off our books completely. So while we're going up in some debt, we have other significant tranches which will be dropping off in the next 1 to 7 years. So that plays a role in looking ahead where we're going.
The one that's ending this year, is that the one, the nuclear one?
No, that's the coal-fired one, the FMPA Stanton project.
Okay.
Our debt service on that is
It started a
it's
long
a little
time
over $1 million. It's about 100 and some odd $1,000 a year of fixed payments there. I'm sorry, a month. But that will be going away by the end of the year.
What did it start?
1986, I believe.
Yeah, that's the one we talked about in 1990 when I was just like,
Yes.
still, but
Yeah.
it's gone. It's gonna be over.
And nuclear goes back to that time too. But when the rates got really low and the little blow up window that they had about 2 years ago, FMPA, working on behalf of the members, of which we're the largest one in that project, did refinance that debt, and that drove some pretty significant savings. That's part of how we were able to get our rates as low as because of the work that we've done on restructuring debt.
Great, thank you.
So last slide, and happy to answer any of the questions you have. But basically just in terms of next steps, we really plan on being back the April 29th meeting. Your bond council will put together the formal resolutions that will authorize the financings. And so you'll see those on April 29th. I think for the stormwater piece, that process will take just a little smidge longer. So we'll probably authorize that in May. We'll kind of work the details out the next month or so, but you have a couple of actions to take formally as a commission over the next 30 to 60 days.
Yeah, I assume that you mentioned that the information on whatever updates come from the rating agencies would come maybe 2 weeks after that. I assume there's a good reason to move forward on this, getting us to vote before that, or because it, to the ignorant, me, it would seem like, well, why don't we wait to see what that rating information comes back and do it after? But I'm sure you have a good reason.
It's usually better. It's not a hard and fast rule, but it's usually better to have those formal approvals in place, or at least close to being in place, before you go talk to the agencies. And so that's sort of the timing of bringing that back to you as a commission and letting you approve that and authorize it and answer any questions that you have. And then we'll probably talk to the agencies right after that.
Okay.
And I'm assuming if something happens within the 2 weeks between what we approve and some crazy number, you'll come back and tell us.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
are- We,
Appreciate it.
we
Nice to
count
talk.
on your expertise to tell
you.
us what's going on.
Thank you. It's nice to see you.
Thank you so much. Oh, let's take a quick, you want to take, anybody want to take a quick break? Okay. We're gonna take a little quick comfort break.
Right after the flag. Professional. You have to stop real quick. Yeah. And I wasn't sure because me too. Now I like, I know I was like, and I said that. I've never seen that before. It was like, you're down. Working. Because I love it. That is not.
Another one yeah, so she was walking again, I was walking down. What's going on? I'm like, if your buddy's not, I don't know, but he said he wasn't invited. So they, you know, not legal.
You're a scary word number. I didn't even know that we had a problem.
You can get removed for that.
Because
Because remember, they serve at the,
They were just making sure that he wasn't gonna be.
they serve at the pleasure of the commission and we don't need them coming here high. If I come here high, you guys.
If you come here, excuse me, did you just say if you come here? If you come here, by your ear. In front of everyone. You wouldn't even know.
Yeah, I don't believe.
You're right. I have no idea. I have no idea. Or I just call for a loud bathroom break. Don't I? That was on your third knee.
I don't.
Did you hear me? I don't either. Yeah. Third knee. I don't know what 2 years ago, so that's why. You just see me sitting in the second row by right now. I can't believe it. I'm concentrating on my meeting. All the criticism of them. I just hope he's. What? Because Mr. Forty. You guys are so used to it. Oh my. Oh. Didn't say it.
I didn't hear it, so
Oh, that was, I see how it's gonna go over on that side of the room. Huh? I got an ally in it. Trash talk early.
Really? July 4th is so not fun. What is it? Department of, oh God.
Madam Mayor, it's 6:39 and we're still live. I'm sorry, 7:39.
Hi, what is that? Oh, cute. Okay, are we all more comfortable?
thank you.
I'm much more comfortable. If you have a blue card, bring it up. And give it to the city manager. The keeper of the car. I try and then I get confused, so it's better that he does it. Okay, next up, we have some housekeeping to do. The first one is the appointment of the vice mayor and the vice mayor pro tem, and I'm going to pass the gavel.
Who you passing it to?
I'm passing it to anybody, to you, I guess. The vice mayor, that's what I'm supposed to do. Doesn't matter. Okay, Commissioner Malega has been the vice mayor, and she has been doing a sterling job. There's 2 years left in her term. I would like to make a motion to continue her as the vice mayor and Mimi May as the vice mayor pro tem. Do I have a second?
Second,
All in favor?
I.
Aye. Aye. Okay, that was simple. Thank you. I'll
Thank
take.
you very much, Madam Mayor.
You're,
Thank
you're,
you,
you're,
Madam
you're very
Mayor.
active. You're really up there and you're
Appreciate it.
very organized. You keep us informed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have 6 other things. We have the Transportation Planning Agency Authority plus an alternate, Palm Beach League of Cities plus an alternate, Citizens Advisory Committee for the Transportation Planning Agency, Community CRA, and the Neighborhood Association's President's Council and the Education Task Force. I'm going to just say I'd be very happy to stay with the League of Cities. It's very time consuming in terms of days. There's meetings all the time during the week. I'm on the board of the Palm Beach County, Florida League of Cities, and along with Commissioner Malega, we are on the legislative committees. Now, those are open. We can have more people on the legislative committees, but I'd be very happy to stay as my role. Florida League of
Totally
Cities.
approved.
I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, could we have motions and seconds?
Motion to keep the mayor as the Palm Beach League of Cities representative.
Second.
All in favor?
I
Thank you.
Are we going to appoint any alternates this year?
I think we're all alternates, right?
I know, well, who else is, were you the alternate? You've been the alternate.
How many alternates do you need, Melissa?
We really don't need many because it's, I mean.
I'd
Go ahead.
say at least one.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
So, and I believe that Ms. Malega has been the alternate,
Yeah.
and I'd like to keep her on as well.
Yeah.
'Cause it's an interesting thing when you start working with the Florida League, how the first time you deal with it, it's like, oh, what is this? And then all of a sudden you realize this is what it is. It's very, yeah. Okay, so Transportation Planning
Do we need
Authority.
a motion?
Oh, yeah, thank you. How about a motion?
Motion to keep Vice Mayor Malega as alternate for Palm Beach League of Cities?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transportation Planning Authority, there's 2. There's one that we, do you have any, give us a little guidance on this one?
So the Transportation Planning Agency, I, since 2014, have served as the city's representative on the their TAC committee, the Technical Advisory Committee.
You have been.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that is made up of we've got 21 now throughout the county of different municipalities, and it's usually public work directors and engineers and stuff. And that's always that first Wednesday of the month. Now,
Right.
the third Thursday of the month is when the governing board meets, and we have a seat on the governing board, and that's what former Commissioner Diaz was on.
Okay, so we have an opening in the governing board.
That is correct.
Okay,
And who was the alternate? Was it you?
I was the alternate.
okay. So the
I
chief
also served on it for a period of time.
for the
prior to
advisor,
that.
for the advice. Well, Mr. Brown has been doing the TPA, and if it's a lot of city managers, I think it makes sense. Can I have a motion to keep him on?
Oh, yeah.
No,
That's
no,
separate.
No, that's something completely separate.
Yeah.
That-
Okay,
That's,
well-
that's the TAC.
He just is on.
He just is.
And yes, we're very much in favor of that. He's quite
Okay.
active with it.
Well, does Mr. McBoyd, do you have an interest in being that
I,
person?
I would be
Since you're
interested.
the alternate now?
Can I be the alternate?
Certainly.
Okay,
with
so
that.
motion,
Because I'm really interested in
Motion
learning
to
about it.
approve Mr. Commissioner McVoy for Transportation Planning Authority and Commissioner May as the alternate.
all,
Second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. League of Cities, we took a Citizens Advisory Committee on the Palm Beach County Transportation Planning Agency.
I thought
Um,
he was a citizen, not a elected.
That's a
Wasn't that the
citizen.
guy that just resigned because he was sick and we
That's
thanked him for his
exactly right.
service?
Yeah.
So we need a citizen.
And I think, but.
I don't see
Jamie
anybody's
may
hands going up.
remember better. I believe that the person that is elected that's serving on the TPA recommends that person, or there's some involvement, but I don't know the details and I may be wrong.
So
That's my vague recollection that the
Okay.
citizens one kind of goes through whoever is the elected representative on the TPA. I
So-
think.
Okay, well, makes sense. So the TPA, you're the TPA. Ms. May is the alternate.
Yep.
And so are you saying that you would make a recommendation of a citizen or another elected official?
No, that's for a citizen
Citizen, right.
person. Yeah, and I don't have anybody in mind at this
You can
particular.
hold,
point.
I think,
we
we'll-
can come back.
People want to do it,
Let's
they
come
can
back- yeah.
email you.
Yeah,
let's put a shout out there for people looking
Exactly.
to be the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Palm Beach County Transportation Planning Agency.
And maybe Rebecca could put it out as a
Right.
announcement on Facebook or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, the CRA, I've done it. Ms. May has, no,
Not.
Ms. Malega, I would not get confused. Ms. Malega has been on it for a
And-
couple of years. I'm
Yep.
sorry.
I am enjoying it, and being entrenched in the bills and stuff right now is kind of,
Okay.
I would
I think it's
motion,
pivotal.
Do we have a
I
motion?
would support or a motion to, if everybody else is
Mhm.
generally in agreement,
Okay, yes.
to keep Vice Mayor Malega on CRA.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank
Okay.
you.
Do we have
Well-
alternates for that?
No.
Or is it just-
No.
no?
Do you want to be one? If I can't make a meeting, would you like to?
And that doesn't mean we can't go to the meetings. It
Yeah, oh,
just
you
means-
absolutely.
We
And you
just
can have
don't
all
sit-
the
Don't
input,
sit near each other and,
but you have to go to all the meetings.
no, I
Okay.
do.
Okay, you have
I-
to stay there at all
I
meetings.
have to go to Rolo, that's the
Well,
problem.
that's the conflict. That's the only
Six
thing. I'm-
forty-five is Rolo,
That's my concern.
but they're every other month, they're not every month.
Every other, oh,
Yeah.
well, okay. Neighborhood Association President's Council. I would like to nominate Ms. May to continue because she's so good at it.
I was gonna nominate Mr. Segrich.
Oh, okay.
It's a good way to
Um,
get your feet wet for being but it's up, let's talk about it.
Okay, so the last two are the Education Task Force and the,
Which, well, Mimi, you
President's
said-
Council.
Commissioner May, you said you didn't want to do the educational task force last year, remember? Was that, are you still there in that mindset?
Yeah, I mean, it needs some overhaul. And I'm not sure that I'm the one to do that.
Like reorganization, maybe?
Mhm.
Okay.
And this
And
is-
they're trying to get to be, I mean, to make it a real board. If they want money, they have to be a real board and they
Right.
want money.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's
Little
gonna
more
be-
governance.
So,
Are you
Mr.
interested?
Segrich, are you interested?
Yeah.
You
Okay.
want to do
Make a
education
motion.
task force?
Sure.
He's good with rules.
I would be
Rules.
interested in doing it, but if
Well, Anthony
Commissioner
should be.
Segrich is interested, I would defer to that.
So I make a motion for Mimi to continue to stay on the NAPC and Commissioner Segrich to be on the educational task force liaison.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Well, wasn't that efficient?
Yeah, we can always switch it up next year.
We can always switch it up and
And-
yeah.
No, Commissioner Segrich, sometimes like if Mimi can't make the NAPC, she'll reach out to one of us to step in and cover that meeting.
Historically, we've worked very cooperatively with those boards and stuff.
And I'll give you the number to Jay Silpy, who is the contact.
And that board has started to like pump up a little bit.
Yeah, I just,
Really,
it needs some structure.
it needs a firm hand.
I don't know.
It al-
And you're the
also
man to
doesn't-
do it. What?
It doesn't have sunshine, right?
No,
It's just a
it
fact
needs-
finding now, so.
Right, but it's
they're
been doing
real
that
nice.
for 4 years.
Right.
They're quite active. They're small right now. They're about whatever many
Well,
number of
schools,
schools.
yeah.
They have 6 schools. They have one person for each. Those people are very active
Right.
with each of their schools. And then they meet to share
That's mine.
information between them. So it's small, but I think they're,
Would it be up to
Help.
us to change their charter to?
There is
turn-
no
turn them
charter,
in?
nothing's written.
Or do something like,
To organize it more, yeah,
Real.
yeah. And yeah, it's an important.
And if you look at since we're in the sunshine, look at the Wellington Education Task Force as a model.
Have you been given a copy of the Government in the Sunshine book?
yes.
Okay. Read it.
Since we're on the topic of boards, I just wanted to ask Jamie if there's a date or are we talking about the advisory board soon? In the application
gonna bring
process?
that up,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
we've got an
So was that,
email.
Madam Mayor?
There was no attachments to it, though. I didn't get
Yeah, there was.
mine had no attachments.
I don't think that's so.
You want to address that?
I didn't hear what you said when you answered,
Well,
Vice Mayor.
you're all knowing.
I'm definitely not.
You can anticipate what we're looking.
No,
for.
what you'll see is a the assistant city manager, he sent out an email earlier on
Yeah.
today. You
Right.
said there was no attachment on it though?
I didn't have an attachment.
I didn't
on mine.
notice one either, but maybe I missed it.
Okay, yeah, when I was after, I was in meetings, unfortunately,
Yeah.
but we can talk about that. It's really whenever you guys want to bring that back for discussion.
Okay, it would be
Yeah,
helpful. And I
so-
think that's what he did today, was to
Yes.
send us who's on the
Right.
boards, when their terms are up.
Correct.
Maybe we can talk about it at the next pre-agenda.
That's a good idea.
And there are also
Yeah.
some that obviously
I don't have it.
probably need to be in the conversation for being sunset just because of
Sure.
one reason or another.
And there's actually people who are interested in other boards like
Correct.
that have been sunset and they
Right,
want
a
to bring
little
them back.
movement is good because it gives, one of the things that is important to all of us is to get as many citizens involved and educated in how things work. So switching out the boards is a pretty good idea too.
And if there's other boards that citizens want, they could bring them up.
They can bring them up. Okay, well, that was easy.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, there were 2 emails from the Assistant City Manager. The first one does have attachments.
Oh, I only got one.
I think
Okay, well,
I
we'll
also
figure it
saw
out. No,
one.
no problem. Okay, now we're at
Could
public.
resend
parti-
it.
Thank you. Now we're at public participation of non-agenda items and consent agenda. Don't worry about it. Okay. Todd Velez.
No, there you go.
It's on.
Todd Velez, 530 North G here in Redwood. This Sunday, April 20th will be Our Savior Lutheran down at the beach here in Lake Worth at 6:30 a.m. Mark that down and come on down. We'll be partnering with Trinity Delray Lutheran Church. All invited.
At our
think we're in
church,
the
is that our
30
beach?
Our beach, Kusler, just north of.
Okay.
And that's like 32 years, I think.
That's awesome.
Under Cobalt Blue Skies, 1925, Art Deco Kind of Love. April 1925, Art Deco was exposed. In 1968, Art Deco was officially titled. We have plenty of Art Deco buildings here in Lake Worth and in the county. That will tie in to our 1776-2026 250-year anniversary of the nation. Plenty to celebrate with our Lake Worth history and our state history as with the nation. Plenty of ism, racism, elitism, sexism, sexist, elitist, racist to look at our negatives, but our positives are plenty. The walls of Jericho were brought down, and the one part was called dam, or similar to, and that's where the word damage comes from. Locked, blocked, division, wrong. What are your damages? Long-term or short-term? Seek, as I mentioned before, is not to take a look-see or poke over. It is to thoroughly investigate office information, decisions. When that was asked of me, what I thought of Seek, I thought of the James Earl Jones character in Conan, where he pulled a snake out of the sack and he made an arrow of it and he said, seek. And then later someone pointed out to me, and you remember how that snake went everywhere to get where he wanted to go. That's what seek is, to thoroughly look it over and not have damages later. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Fisher, followed by Todd Townsend and my glasses on. Ryan Steindler is after Todd Townsend.
Peggy Fisher, North A Street. The CRA was mentioned, and there was even a question about bad CRAs in the state. Well, we definitely don't have a bad CRA. Since 2010, they have spent almost $41 million on housing. And Joan Oliva has been, is going to receive the Housing Leadership Council's award as 2025 HLC Housing Heroes Award.
When is
And that's I can't open it right now. That is our executive director, and we should all know that, we should acknowledge that, talk about it, and certainly congratulate Ms. Oliva for that. The only other item I would like to ask is, it's been a year and 4 months, 3 months, 4 months since our previous city manager was fired. I know Jamie has been doing a stellar job, but I think it's time to address getting into a search for a new permanent city manager. It's a long process. It's not something that happens overnight. And so we are definitely not going to have someone on board before the start of this budget season, which is unfortunate. But I would like to hear at some point from you all about when you are going to start that process.
Oddly enough, I have it on my notes to bring under commissioner comments tonight.
Thank you.
Todd Townsend, followed by Ryan Steidler. And on deck is Jill, but she's gone. I guess I'll read it. I don't know. She doesn't say if she wants me to read it or not. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. Regarding the green space pocket park at First and South K, I think that we should choose a living space for wild animals and trees and fauna and people walking their dogs over an old house that has lost its historic value long ago. Bulldoze it. And secondly, are you really going to follow the pattern the third time of the Mid, the Bohemian, and then now WMOTA? I mean, look what happened with them in Seattle. Has anybody looked at that? And now what about the old Masonic Temple? The CRA bought it for $850,000 and sold it for $300,000. I would like to have bought that myself, and I could have. So these are just three really good reasons that we should actually sunset the CRA today, fire them tonight. This body has public money and does what it wants and answers to no one. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Jill Carlin came and left, and I don't know, what's our policy on people that do that? I don't think we do that. I mean, if you're not
Correct.
here-
We do not read their comments.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
We do not read their comments, and she submitted comments online that are posted
Okay.
online currently.
All right, thank you. Ryan Steidler, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Ginny Powell.
Ryan Steinler, 32B, Lake Osborne Drive. I just want to say that the last meeting, it was pretty embarrassing that we had almost 100 comments that did not get read. Then we had a vote happen, which the vote could have been postponed. And those people's voices actually were not heard. Doesn't matter if you go back and read the comments after the vote has happened. That makes no difference. You don't care about it then. Nothing can happen with that actually being read afterwards. And, you know, to see some of the waste that's actually happening, this entire project is a net giveaway of taxpayer money. We're actually giving them more money than we're requiring them to pay for the garage, and we're giving them the land. And you guys don't even know how much the land is worth. I found that out in the last couple of meetings, that you don't even actually know how much it's worth. You could be giving away a $20 million, $30 million property. You have no idea. And also, it was very disheartening to hear when we had a budget, you know, when we went under budget on a project and it was recommended that we just keep making fixes. One of the other recommendations was maybe we can plant some stuff with that extra money. Well, maybe we can take the dead vegetation from that project and put it into potholes. Maybe that'll absorb the, you know, residents' wheels. So that's all I got. Thank you.
I, for one, read every comment before I come to the meeting. Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Ginny Powell. And that's a pledge that we've made, that we will read them before the meetings.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I watched the workshop you had yesterday, today, and there's a huge amount of information in there about P3s. I can't process it all in my head, but some things that were puzzling to me, like the fact that they said the developer should pay for staff doing the analysis of a project when it first comes, which that wasn't ever talked about before. But later on, he said, oh, but that's repaid baked into the final agreement. So I have no idea if it's in the end the ultimate responsibility of the city or not. That's an example of where it has raised many questions in my head. One of the things that it did show me was that there seemed to have been many gaping holes in the process of considering a P3, because these things that the presenter was describing, he said they're under a statute. So they already existed before the city received the P3, the public-private partnership from WMODA. Another thing that the presenter highlighted was how important it is to have a North Star, a vision that everyone is heading towards. And also how before a project goes forward, a second meeting, there's a consideration meeting and then a second meeting for public comment, which then should be addressed before the project goes forward. And I would say that being allowed to speak for 2 or 3 minutes and have one's comments seem to vanish into a void doesn't feel like those comments are being addressed. When those comments are concerning things like, is there a return on investment study over the lifetime of the asset? What are the risks involved with the project? Those are not empty comments that are somebody just doesn't like what's happening. They're reasonable questions from a member of the public, a citizen of the city that is interested in knowing that due diligence is being done before something goes ahead. And none of my comments have been addressed in any way. I haven't had things answered that I brought up. Concerning the vision and the North Star we're all heading for, I have reminded the Commission before that in 2022, there was a charrette. 7 days that went on. Anyone could come. They had 2 days of presentations. Architects and designers were there from the Treasure Coast Planning, Regional Planning Council. Then the Treasure Coast did a presentation, and the overwhelming sentiment out of that was that the public wanted incremental, smaller development in the downtown. It was specifically the L&M Street area where WMODA is going.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you. Jeannie Powell? Followed by Anthony Zeitlin.
Ginny Powell, 224 North Palmway, Commissioners, Mayor, and welcome, Commissioner Sedgwick. Okay, I'm going to also talk a little bit about last night's workshop. I was here and then I left and then I watched it at home. And it's a lot to chew on there. It showed that it's a pretty complex process. We have one P3 that I guess, I don't know if it's a done deal. I mean, I've heard, yeah, it's not a done deal. There's still time to change it and so on. We have other P3s apparently that we've received and are going to have to review. But it shows that it's a complicated process and many things can go wrong. Based on all your questions and comments, it seemed to me that you also have a lot of concerns. And to me, it looked like there are some things that are missing from the K Street garage analysis. I think it begged more questions about the entire WMODA project, in my opinion. The presenter emphasized the paramount importance of public comment, transparency, and making sure the project is in the public interest. I thought that that was one of the flaws with the parking garage and with the WMODA project in general, which I know is not all of it's not a P3. Some of those details were shielded, I thought, from the public until the last minute. As far as the details, just a few weeks later, the projects were voted on. They spent a lot of time talking about risks associated with P3 projects. And I believe Kim Stokes stood up here and asked for a risk assessment. I don't know that we ever had that. Commissioner May did make a comment last night, asked Mr. Brown if we had a project, if the project had a project liability rating, and you said that it does. So I think releasing that information would be helpful to maybe give us all, if some of these things have actually been done, we need to see them. That would give some comfort, level to me anyway, and alleviate some concerns. There was also some talk about the processing or the review and processing fees, and that we apparently have the right to charge the developer fees. This is, I've thought all along, so much work is falling on our staff, on our city attorneys. I have no idea what that number is of the staff time and hours and attorney fees, but it's got to be in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I hope we're going to be following up on that and seeing what we can do, if anything, with regards to the garage project. I'd like to see us step back a little bit from this and follow up on some of the due diligence that I think was not done, that hasn't been done yet. And I wonder if there is going to be any follow-up from that meeting to the public and help us know that the due diligence is being done, not just with the garage, but for future projects. So I'm sure you're going to have some sort of plan going forward with evaluating P3 projects.
Thank you. That's time.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Zeitlin, Anthony Zeitlin. Tuberculosis word up here. It's horrible.
Anthony Zeitlin, 117 18th Avenue. First, I want to congratulate both Commissioner McVoy on your reelection and Anthony Segrich on your win. Great, won twice. That's great. I had the privilege of helping out with one of the campaigns, and it really the first thing is that it allowed me to kind of get on the ground and walk around in neighborhoods that I normally would not walk through. And I did notice that, I thought the pothole issue is kind of more just kind of confined to the east side, but it seems to be citywide. I think it's a very big issue. I saw earlier with the financial presentation they did that it looks like there's about 2.5 million in the drainage, right? And then there's about 2.7 in the sewage, if I got that correct. Obviously that's not enough to fill in all the potholes and do all the other stuff you got to do, but I'm hoping that maybe there could be some sort of allocation towards that in some way to try to alleviate some of the more bigger potholes that are turning into sinkholes, not just divots. I also wanted to reiterate what Ms. Fisher said earlier. I think that it is time. I think you've been doing a great job, Mr. Brown. But I think that Parks has suffered, honestly, because our Public Works has suffered because you haven't been able to devote your full attention to it. So I would like to see either you turned into the full-time city manager or the search for a full-time alternative. And I mean, that's pretty much it. I did actually apply for a couple of those board positions, those open board positions. So I'm just, obviously that takes time and everything like that, but I do want to participate as much as I can. So
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Approval of the minutes. Oh, consent agenda. The approval of the minutes.
Motion to approve minutes.
Do I have second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I had a brief comment on that one before we approve it. Is that
Okay.
possible?
Sure.
We mentioned in the proclamation, it's a good thing. I'm all for water conservation. We mentioned in the water proclamation that Lakewood Beach has always encouraged and supported water conservation, which is more or less true. But and it was also pointed out that this is the end of the dry season and a good time to be paying extra attention to it. Could we ask that we share at the next meeting some of what we're doing on water conservation or what residents should be doing? Mention where we are with the water management district. They usually control what water restrictions are in place, what we're doing on enforcing any of that. I think somewhat of an update would be more useful than just a proclamation.
Okay, but this
we
is
think.
the consent agenda. So do you, I mean, certainly you can bring that up, but
I'm not
Yeah.
saying to pull it. I'm just saying it doesn't really
Put
do
some
much
pot-
good to
meat
have
and
it on
potatoes.
consent. Huh?
You want meat and potatoes.
No, he doesn't want the
Exactly.
meat.
Water
He
conservation.
doesn't want
He doesn't want the meat, sorry. He wants
Yeah.
potatoes and
He just wants the
yucca.
potatoes.
Potatoes and tofu. I don't know.
Plantains.
Whatever.
Okay, so do
Thanks.
we have a motion for the consent
I'm sorry,
agenda?
Madam Mayor, did
Yeah.
we have a vote on the minutes? I don't believe we did.
We
Yes,
did.
we
We did 5-0.
Did.
Okay, thank you.
So on. the
Motion
cons-
to approve the consent agenda?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for hearing me out there.
Sure.
Try to bring
Um,
it back to the next meeting.
Yeah. Unfinished business A, resolution 14-2025, revision of the municipal cemetery rules and regulations. Do we have any backup? I see. a couple
Motion
lights
to
on.
approve.
Wait, oh, whoa, okay. Well, let's see, we
Oh,
need a motion first. Do we have a second?
Second to discuss.
Okay. Do you want to address us?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and Commission. If you recall back on the March 18th meeting, we only approved, I believe it was 4I, which is the only part of this, because that was, due to the fencing that, was previously approved. Due to the, upcoming possible tariffs, with the aluminum and steel, and we needed to get that order in like ASAP. So
Right.
we only approved that one portion of this and agreed to bring this back to the very next meeting to have conversation. I know the Vice Mayor and Commissioner May, you guys had some questions or comments on different things. So
Okay.
we are back here again.
Thank you. Commissioner Malega's light on first.
I just want to say, cemeteries are not something sexy and fun to talk about. And since winning my election, the cemeteries being in my district, we've really been trying to focus on elevating our level of service, giving them the attention that they need. And I want to thank Jamie and staff for really hearing my concerns and my disgruntledness about the lack of attention to the cemeteries. And from the families, I know they're very thankful. It's hard sometimes when you bring something forward to staff and they're like, well, nobody's ever complained about this before. Why are we talking about it now? So sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, I know I'm a pain in the and I know that sometimes I give you heartburn, but I just want to say thank you for putting this at the forefront and really making the changes that need to be made done to make our cemeteries be the best final resting place that they can be for our families.
Thank you. Commissioner McVoy.
Yeah, I had a number of specific ones. In section 3, there are a whole string, I didn't count them, maybe it's 6 or so, gets up to H. Section 3, rights reserved by the city, A through H, with the exception of D as in dog, they all say the city reserves and shall have the right, and then goes on to say a bunch of different things. But section D, 3D, for some reason is different and says the city commission reserves and shall have the right to use cemetery farther. And I'm just curious, and it was a change that was added. I'm curious why all the other ones say the city and this one D specifically says the city commission. Can anybody enlighten me on that?
Is this part of the conversation for the mausoleum?
I don't know. The
I'm
item
asking
D,
Jamie.
the
You were just
language,
asking the difference
Yeah.
between city and city commission.
why
And-
do 6 of them say the
Well,
city and
Jason-
one of them has a specific change as part of this process that changes it from the city to the city commission?
Well, J also says
And-
commission.
Uh,
yeah, no,
yeah, I
good
think there was
question.
one after H. You're correct. That one.
But that
Yeah.
was, that's not a change.
And yeah, you're correct, Commissioner. That is, in case if you all are aware, we have a large section kind of in the middle of Pinecrest, that is currently not plotted for actual, sites that, a few years ago, there was a discussion and a possible CIP for a future mausoleum because we're running out of actual plots. So if we want to, expand at some point in time, we would have to go up. And then with the discussions back then, we had not had the fencing discussion yet.
Right.
And we had mentioned that if you were going to do some type of mausoleum like you see in a Boca Raton or other cemeteries, you would want to have that actually fenced in order to do that. So that's why that says city commission, because that's something that would obviously have to be voted on and approved by all
So
of you.
basically, although it doesn't say mausoleum, 3D relates to giving us permission as a commission to.
Well, that could be anything. You could
do it.
state that you wanted to put a structure there, you wanted to build like some type of statue. It gives you the right to basically say, I want to do something in this particular portion of the cemetery.
That's a possible P3 project right there.
All right, so now I'm clear on why that was changed. I have 2 more specific ones. Oops. Didn't write down the letter on that second one. 4B, B as in boy, the city shall not be liable and disclaims all responsibility for loss or damage to monuments, property, other improvements or rights of plot owners arising from causes beyond its reasonable control, including but not limited to damage caused by the elements, acts of God, thieves, vandals, or unavoidable accidents, whether the damage be direct or collateral. My question is, I believe we've already approved putting a fence around the cemetery. Is that correct? Are we saying that the $500,000, or maybe it was $750,000, I can't remember, but it was one of those two, is ineffective? So we are holding ourselves non-liable for anything that happens, and we're saying the fence isn't going to do any good? That seems like an awfully, either it's kind of icky that we are saying, hey, we're spending $500,000 to fence this thing, but we're not going to be liable for anything that happens. I would say do one or the other. Don't put a fence and don't be liable, or do put a fence and take responsibility for things that happen. One or the other of those things.
I'd like to respond to that. I think what they did was just more, it always said property, and property is everything. So I think they just, I mean, from my interpretation of that is, they just want to be more specific specifically regarding monuments and other improvements. It's always been, we disclaim all responsibility for that. I think they just.
Which I understand that we disclaim, and there might be good reasons. And when there was no fence around it, maybe that's all right. But when we spend $500,000 to keep people out, it seems like we might want to put our money where our mouth is and say, now we're going to be a little more responsible for what happens, because we're spending money.
It's language that you'll find in, I'm sorry.
I got you.
We'll each get our turn.
And I do have one more after that, which I found what it is, but
Why don't you
go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna.
Well,
I want to do one at a time.
Did you want me to answer that, Madam Mayor?
What?
Did you want me to answer this question?
Whose question? Mr.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Floyd? Yeah, so that's a language you'll find in a lot of municipal cemetery stuff, and that's just because of the nature of what it is. And even though we are kind of rare being in a city and not having a fenced cemetery, that does not, as you guys all know, that doesn't guarantee it's going to keep people out. If someone wants to get in somewhere, they're going to get in there. So I believe it was in Boynton's language, Boca. I can't remember the municipality out west, but you often find that just because they're usually not staffed 24/7, and these are fences that can be hopped or something like that. So it's just more of a something. And again, we were getting more specific in the language more than anything, but that is something that you will find in other municipalities.
And I understand that, but what we're basically saying is we spent $500,000 and it doesn't really do very much. We're saying that it doesn't keep people out.
Was the mayor mentioned, it was in there before. We just were more specific about exactly what it
The other one that seems strange, and it's brand new because it's all underlined, is 4I, as in igloo. In its maintenance and improvement of the cemetery, the city shall endeavor to comply with the city code where conditions permit, particularly related to landscaping, pathways, roadways, safety, and security measures. If we told our residents that they were allowed to endeavor to comply with the city code where conditions permit, I think our residents would be very happy with our code system, but people would say, what? You have I think we call it an inclusionary code. This would be a voluntary code. How can we say to residents that you must comply with our code regardless of what your conditions are, but we are going to hold ourselves to, we shall endeavor to comply where conditions permit, which is a total weasel language. All we have to say is, well, I endeavored to comply with the code, but geez, conditions didn't permit.
Is there what was anticipated? I don't disagree with you. What are the?
It just does. It's not a good look.
So in this particular case, in the cemetery, specifically in Pinecrest, obviously it's an older cemetery. In the past, there were plots that were positioned very close to the roadway. We're obviously not going to move those. So in our code with fencing, with other things, there's offsets off of the property line that you have to adhere to. If we were to do that, we would be basically doing things directly over the middle of grave sites, which obviously we're not going to do. So we're just saying here where applicable and where we can, we'll obviously adhere to those offsets. In this particular situation, the fencing. But this, we would not be able to put something over grave sites. So
I think if you took out the word endeavor, the city shall comply with the city where conditions permit, that kind of covers it.
Yeah, take out
And just
endeavor.
say
It would
that's
certainly
the-
be better.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree.
I mean, there are certain things there, we're not gonna move.
And I would make it more specific because it does look really weird. I mean, complain quite a bit that we ask residents to follow watering restrictions and we occasionally even enforce that. And then we proceed to not have rainout controls on our city irrigation. Or we do other things that people have mentioned that we ask residents to don't do hat racking, and then we do hat racking ourselves as a city. It's not a good look to write ourselves in an out. I would make it very specific in that case. Hey, there's some situations where the roadway and the setback for the fence.
You
know.
can't anticipate everything. I would suggest taking out shall endeavor to comply. I think it should be.
Just make it shall comply.
Okay.
Should take out endeavor. right?
Endeavor to.
Yeah.
That would be better.
Ms. May?
Okay, so let's see here. Going back to 3D. The one about the mausoleum, where it says the commission reserves the right, blah, 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 that serves the best interest of this. I think it should be the city's cemeteries. I know it sounds insane, but you never know if there's going to be a commission that wants to put something that's, I don't know, not
Like a
in
splash pad in the middle
yeah,
of the
like a
cemetery.
splash pad. I who knows? I
State
just
park.
think it might behoove us to keep it a city cemetery and not just the
I
city.
agree.
I have no
I
problem
agree.
with that.
Does that make sense, Jamie? Do you know where I am? 3D
3D.
at the end, put apostrophe S, cemetery,
The city cemetery.
the city's cemetery,
Right.
Two S's, because we have several cemeteries, but yes,
cemeteries. Okay. The city's cemeteries.
I agree.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know how
I
we
want
answer.
to come back to H. I'm going to skip that for a second. I think also on J, why are we giving the authority to the city manager to make exemptions on the rules? I think we should change it to therefore the city commission has authority to make exceptions to the provisions of the rules and regulations upon finding that an exception is necessary to prevent hardship. I think it should be up to the commission, not
You're
the
on
city manager.
J,
J.
J,
3J,
there's no new change on it.
there's
But-
there's no new change, but where it says the city commission, I want to take out delegates authority to the city manager.
Well, I think it's because the city manager is the one who gets the phone call from the city clerk's office when there's a burial getting ready to take place. Maybe Jamie can
Yeah,
enlighten
maybe
us.
explain to me why that's that.
yeah, so we deal in through the clerk's office with a lot of burials and everything, and obviously the grounds department is the ones who do the preparation of the grave sites and perform a lot of the activity. Typically, we don't involve all of you in that just because it's a lot of
Okay.
back and forth. So sometimes you guys will delegate authority to the city management to kind of handle all that.
Okay.
If you would like to be involved in the process.
No, I guess I didn't really realize. It just sounded like it was a bigger decision than that.
No, and trust me, some things you don't want to know that are happening over at the cemetery. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so then I have a question on E. Letter 4E.
Or E is in Edward.
E is in Edward, where it talks about perpetual care of the city shall in no case mean blah. Who fixes the cemetery? Basically, it says there we're not doing it. But we do.
That's not what it says.
Like if somebody goes in and vandalizes something, we do go in and fix it.
Most cemeteries don't fix the plot, like you're talking about the headstones and stuff.
Yeah, like
Most
if
cemeteries,
some,
we don't
like-
touch those because we don't own those. The person who's deceased family.
So
owns
if a
them.
car goes in there like it can do now and run over and knocks over monuments, the city would just say, oh, well,
Yeah, with in this particular case, when it's talking about repair and replacement.
Right.
What we do in the cemetery is because of the subgrade. And over time, with a lot of rain and everything, you'll start to get sinking. We will bring those back up, but other than actually pulling gravestones back up again, we don't do any kind of repair or anything because again, it's not really.
Then we'd be
city-
liable.
Correct. It's not
Okay.
really our
Okay.
property to try and repair anything.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
The section 6E,
Six
C,
as in Charlie.
as in Charlie. So is that monitored? And by whom? The dawn to dusk? And if so, does that not apply to other?
We're talking about the time frame.
We're talking about if the cemetery closes at dusk,
Mhm.
who monitors that everybody is out?
Currently, no one.
Okay.
Free for all.
Because keep in mind that as of right now, none of our two cemeteries, they're not fenced. When there are fences up now, just like like at the beach, you now have the ability to close the gate and lock it, keep people out at nighttime. And then you open it up in the morning, just like you do the beach property. But as
Okay.
of right now, yeah, once it's dusk, it's kind of like Bryant Park. It's like no one should be in there. But unless PBSO or someone rolls through there and throws someone out, if they see someone in there, no staff is working at that point in time.
Okay.
to Monitor that.
So a
Okay.
staff member, once we have a fence and a gate, we'll at 6 o'clock say out.
They'll
and
shut it
Shut the gate.
and then come back and open it in the morning?
Correct.
Okay.
Will they go through and with the bullhorn like they do at the, no, at how they do at the thing, like get out, everybody out,
Well,
like they do at the
hopefully
ramp.
they won't lock anybody in.
Not the bullhorn, but you know what I mean? Will they drive through first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
we make sure,
Maybe
just
do a
like we did
bell.
the beach property. before those
Okay.
gates were closed.
that I think we're gonna have to do a little bit of talking about. Who defines,
Where are you?
I'm on 3H.
3H.
I wanted to come back to this because this is the last one. Who defines what is considered discriminatory in nature, injurious to the plot, anything that's offensive? Who decides that?
I don't think
Doesn't
it
say
says
offensive.
offensive. I don't see that.
Doesn't say offensive.
Okay, who decides if it's discriminatory in nature? You know what I'm saying? Like, who does that?
We actually have not, at least since I've been here, ran into this situation.
Okay, good.
But typically,
Like
kind of
what-
like when we were in charge of street painting, and we would get some things sometimes that I guess everyone has their different interpretation of what is discriminatory and not, but for the most part, it's anything that would be viewed as, I guess, racist, sexist, something like that. That's just kind of in the general view. A regular person would look at that and say that's offensive.
Okay,
But we have not, obviously, in the cemetery ran into anything like that
okay,
since I've been here for the past
Okay.
15 years.
I can't
good. Well, that
define-
makes me
can't
happy.
define pornography, but I know it when I see it.
And you can, yeah, I know, but just making sure that everything's
Mhm.
clear. Okay, that's it for me.
Mr. Segrich. Supreme Court said that. I didn't make that up.
So looking at section 4B, the liability clause, it also includes acts of God. Offense is not going to stop an act of God. So it's a standard liability clause. So I think,
We didn't buy that clause with this fence, Jamie.
So, under 4I, I think, taking out where conditions permit, but I would
We're
like to
taking
see
out
it.
shall endeavor.
Yeah, I would like to see it more specific and just have an exception for when it endangers or causes a grave site to be disturbed.
But I think what Jamie said was, though, I mean, in terms like setbacks are a zoning thing, that we have to follow. And the way especially Pinecrest, some of them are very close to where the setback for the fence would happen to be.
Mhm.
So I think that's the intent of that. And we did take out endeavor to comply.
I just think the underlying root cause of trying to protect that was to protect the grave sites from being disturbed. So if we have that exception, that allows for everything else to go
By code.
forward by code.
Well,
I
we're saying they
agree
will
that-
comply with,
I agree with the intent of make it specific to that problem, not a sort of generic one. I agree that taking out endeavor helps, but it still leaves quite a bit of room. And it would just be better to make the language specific to,
So
things
what's-
that disturb
So
the grave
what we can
sites.
do is we can remove that in endeavor too, like we had mentioned
Yeah.
before, and then we can
Mhm.
also add some language as far as not to disturb grave sites and be
Preserve the
specific about it.
integrity of
Right.
grave sites.
Make it
Yeah,
more
but-
specific.
Except my,
Integrity.
my fear about getting more specific is we say this, or this, and then a year, 5 years from now, somebody goes, but what about this?
Well,
The
Then they
more
We'll deal with it
specific you
then.
get, well, you can't deal with it because then the damage is done.
Well, you can
So,
always change it.
But as we're saying is if something arises, like a situation arises.
Yeah,
So-
but
I
this
see what
isn't,
Anthony's saying. If-
We can
if
have that
we-
language.
If
Yeah.
we need to
Yeah.
preserve the
Yep.
integrity of the final resting places or
right.
That's fine.
burials or plots or whatever language.
Anything else?
On 4J, there should be no overnight parking. Clear and concise, but we have issues with enforcing overnight parking in other areas of the city. Are we gonna add anything in terms of enforcement and penalties to that? Or reference
Well-
it to another section of the code that handles that?
I think if we sign it properly with a towing sign and.
And if we lock the gates,
specific-
you're not getting your car.
Yeah. If there's a sign up there and towing zones have to have very specific language. The name of the tow company, the phone number of the tow company. So if it's not pretty, but if it's a sign like that, we can tow them.
Mhm.
And hopefully after everybody's chased out, there won't be any cars there after 6 o'clock. From the bullhorn.
And then,
Ghost go in.
yeah, 4K, to me, no loud noise or music seems a little ambiguous. We have issues with enforcing our existing noise ordinances. So I could see this being problematic where one person thinks their ceremony or someone is not disturbing others, but somebody considers that it is. I don't know if we can get.
It's a burial.
It's part of the burial service. It's fine.
Yeah. You can be loud, but not otherwise.
The problem is that cemetery is by where there's a lot of children. When I say children, young adults that behave badly. And cars that go through with loud music that is inappropriate. And that's why I asked for that language a couple weeks ago to be added. Because it is disrespectful. And like you're saying, yes, we have problems in enforcing it, but if we have it in the books and we have our grounds people there and it happens, they can say, hey, that's against the cemetery rules, shut it off or get out.
Yeah, I think what we have in our residential is like, if it's clearly audible within 150 feet and considered to be annoying, that defines that as breaking it. My concern here is just that
There's no.
it won't get
performance.
enforced because it's a little too ambiguous.
Except we have people there all the time, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, well, the ground people, will they, I mean,
During the daytime, and then what's unfortunate is that there are people that don't really respect the property. And there'll be people that cut from Pine over to A Street or something like that come through the cemetery blasting very loud music. Sometimes there are people there who are visiting loved one. There have been a few situations in the past. So unfortunately, some of these have come out of issues that have arisen that we don't have anything to kind of enforce that. So, and I understand what you're talking about, like decibel level and everything, but at the same time, if someone's driving to the cemetery blaring loud like music, it's like you can't.
So what happens to them?
Yeah, you get ejected, but we'd have to ask them to leave.
But I mean, should there be more teeth to it? So that they don't keep coming back. I mean, just ejecting them, I don't think is enough. It's highly disrespectful.
If it continues, we call PBSO. If they're a problem,
Yeah, if they park it and actually are just there, which has happened before, unfortunately,
Yes, it
and
has.
just blasting music, then we.
And I'm assuming the
so-
grounds crew is not gonna enforce the law.
No, if they're passing through, it's one thing, they're gone. We've had situations before where they actually stay.
Right, no,
and-
but we wouldn't expect our grounds crew
No.
to eject anyone, so the grounds crew does have the authority to call PBSO though,
Oh,
correct?
absolutely.
Okay.
Any city staff always has the authority to call PBSO.
Okay, so I just wanted to, because you said the
So-
grounds crew would eject them, and they're not gonna do that.
We have asked people.
They could,
to-
but they're
yeah,
not going
We
to.
ask people to leave, but just like in parks, if we see things happening, you can ask that the activity stop or that they leave. And if there is an issue, then
Make a
call
phone call.
PBSO. Yeah.
anything else?
That was it.
Okay, thank you. So with those changes, do we have a motion? Oh,
we do.
so I would amend the motion to reflect the changes.
It was Sarah.
Amending the motion to include all the changes that we set forth. Did we write them down as we went?
I saw the lawyer doing it.
I did as well. I've already made some changes, Madam Mayor.
Amending the motion.
Are there any public comments on this, ma'am?
No, there are not.
Thank you. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on. Discussion regarding valet parking. So one of the things, okay, be careful. I want to add, do we want to talk to residents first to our staff a little bit? Here's
Do you?
something. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so we're bringing this back because obviously there are some issues downtown. If it's okay with you, Madam Mayor, obviously we have the ordinance in the backup. I wanted to run through a few things first, and maybe that would spark some conversation. I'm not sure where everyone is on everything, but
I know there's a lot of public comment about this.
Yeah, I have some here too as well.
And on the from
Yep.
the web. Let's just for a second, let me sort of like just try to what the problem is. One of the problems that I'm hearing that I've experienced myself is that mostly restaurants are blocking off public parking spaces for the use for the valet. Now, one of the good things is it's never been a problem before. So one of the good things is we have restaurants now that need valet parking. Oceana, Paradiso has their own.
They still have a valet in the street.
And they have a valet. Okay, so
Should we adopt, just to clarify, should we adopt some language? I think it's in the ordinance that there are spaces that are used for the loading and loading, and then there are spaces that are used to put the cars, and it might be helpful if we
Well,
call
right,
them
that's the
A
whole
and B
point.
or
Well,
something or other.
they can't be parked on the public street.
And that would be the B, where you're putting them.
That's part of our conversation,
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm just saying it might be helpful to clarify which of those, because there are different things that need to happen.
And there's a lot of, this is one place where we can be a little creative. We do have the Delray Beach ordinance. So do you want to go through that, Jamie?
Yeah,
Was
so
that what you're saying?
yeah, I wanted to kind of preface this conversation a little bit. So we obviously have an ordinance. It has not been adhered to in the past. No one's really following anything in here. It has not been enforced. We have multiple things in here that I have some suggestions that need to be changed, added. We just need more to this particular ordinance. So I didn't know if you wanted me to kind of run through those before you guys kind of go through everything. Okay. So I guess I can just run through some of these real quick. There's not a lot, but under section 19-131, this would be
19, hold on a second.
Yep.
Make it big enough I can read it. I got 19-132, 131.
Number 2, like
Okay,
within
got it.
30 days, that one?
Yeah, I'm sorry, 3B.
No,
And 3 says the following standards and criteria shall be used in reviewing the application.
Whoops,
What?
say
Wait,
that
wait,
again.
wait.
I'm at valet parking
Valet
services,
parking
3B.
3B is
On a
firm-
different 3B?
Under 19-131,
Yeah.
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 and then under 3B,
No, it has to go, it's the letter first and then the number.
No. 3B is valet parking services shall be operated only by commercially licensed and insured.
That's what I
that
have.
is the one.
That's the
Okay,
one?
That's the one you want?
That is
Okay,
the-
we're there.
Okay.
Okay, now with the application, there is no specification here as if, and we talked about this earlier. Occupational license. There's no definition here. Should it be state, county, city? I would think we would want a city occupational license for whoever's going to be operating in the city. It would be nice to add that language here so it's specified, so we know exactly what we're requesting from those who are operating.
I think it should be all 3.
Well, if I may interrupt, we do not have a city, this is William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. We do not have a city occupational license.
So what would it be then, Lloyd? What do we call that?
Well,
Business license?
we need to have an address for it to be associated with,
Right.
which is actually a physical property.
Mhm.
I don't think any of the valet services we have in the city actually have a city office.
It would be for the person they're working for, correct? For the business address?
Right, that's what I mean. We don't have any valet services that are actually have a current Lake Worth Beach business license associated with a Lake Worth Beach commercial business location or office.
So what would be what's that?
We can only issue a Lake Worth business license to an actual physical location where a person actually works and operates something. It can't just be issued in the sky or float around.
Diesel's address or Oceano.
No, it's the valet.
It's the valet, it's not the thing. Well,
Yeah,
could we just say?
So,
they
I
need
mean,
the
how it's been done
license?
before with people who would like to use a right of way is they're issued a right of way use permit. And that gives you the parameters of where they can be. It's not an occupational license, or we can create something. But we don't have an ability to issue a license to a person that just kind of floats around.
Well, I noticed in a lot of the other municipalities, they have, and maybe it's something we have to create, but there is some type of background on who's doing the operation.
And I think-
So you have kind of vetted who's going to be operating on the right of way within the city.
And in terms of insurance, the city should be named as additional insured.
Correct. The one underneath that one, as far as,
Well, what about taxis that operate in the town?
Oh, we went through that when I first got here.
Okay, and what did you come up with?
We didn't do a very good job.
Oh,
sir,
no.
Because none of a lot of the taxis were associated with a business location that's outside the city.
Right.
And we could not issue either a BTR or subsequently a business license to an entity that was not actually in the city.
So what happened?
Thank God Lyft and Uber came about, because we have almost no taxis in the cities anymore.
I see them every day.
I know, I see them, but they were much more prolific before
Oh,
Uber and Lyft came along. And that is maybe one of the issues we want to come back, because it was before Glenn Trosivia's office was with us, but we talked about there having to have a little sticker in the window, because if you go back and look at our taxi regulations and rules, it's really antiquated and goes back to archaic type stuff. I don't have it specifically in my memory. I just know that we did not resolve that issue.
I see the mayor, the lawyer wants to talk.
Not the mayor.
Not
Yeah, so we can look into the taxi issue. There is some legislation that has come forward a couple years ago, and it's been extended over time. So now the current deadline is July of this year, and it may or may not be extended further, but the legislature has preempted the licensing or regulation of occupations further. So I'm not sure if we could even have a separate license for taxi drivers. So we would have to look into that if you want to bring that
Because
up.
how do we do Uber? I mean, they don't have a like,
We don't know who they are.
right?
We don't regulate them, I don't
don't.
think.
We don't regulate it.
Yeah.
So to me, there's a few chunks that we need to sort of chunk out. One is this issue of licensing and insurance and all that. Number two is, and we talked about this at the agenda meeting a little bit. Do we favor, like, every street has one, and every couple blocks, there's a valet?
that's coming up.
Okay.
That's next.
So is there sort of, to give Jamie and our attorneys some guidance, there's a recognition that probably most of these valet services are not going to open an office and rent space in the city. That just doesn't seem at all likely.
Right.
They may not rent space for an office anywhere. So is there, we would like to have some degree of oversight over it.
Yeah.
And we are apparently possibly constrained by state rules also. Can we express as a consensus that we would like some way of at least knowing who they are? And I think the mayor had some good suggestions on insurance, and you had another one, I think.
Well, you have to have your Sunbiz. To have a business, you have to be on
Okay.
Sunbiz.
Yeah.
What's
So, but that's
here,
nothing, you just lose it.
how we did it a long time ago was a right of way use permit. And as part of the application, which is created by the city, which a la could be a collaboration among public services, city attorney's office, and myself, or the community sustainability department, is what is required on that application and what's attached to the back of it, which is what you're getting at. But right now it just says a completed application for valet parking permit and all applicable fees should be submitted to my office. Right, but
We don't have a current application?
not that I'm aware of it.
For,
Valet parking?
When it says complete the application. we
yeah,
don't
so
actually
so,
have one?
and this is actually one of the other things too. Right now, the current application is part of the sidewalk cafe permit. So you have the sidewalk cafe permit / valet parking permit. I want to. I want to separate those out because keep in mind, Lake and Lucerne are owned by FDOT, and it
And
falls
let's keep
under,
our comments to.
yeah,
And I
and it
know that
falls
we-
under the same agreement we have with FDOT.
My understanding is that the theater is the only one that has an actual permit.
That is correct.
Okay, so let's just go down and get a little less
Jamie's gonna, I
conversation.
don't think Jamie's done. Were you?
Did you want me to keep
Go ahead.
going? Okay.
Mr. Segwich?
Does the DBPR or county have a license for valet?
So if they have an actual office building in Palm Beach County, the county would issue a business tax receipt or could issue a business tax receipt for that business.
Like only
This,
if they have a physical address,
correct.
which is.
Because that's
unlikely.
what business tax receipts are based on if you have a physical location.
And what about the state?
Well, I mean, this says, I've not looked into valet parking services. This requirement does say they have to be commercially licensed and insured. So I presume that they would be at the state level, but we can look into that for sure.
And you have a concern that there might be limited in what we can do by the state?
Just saying, if you wanted to do something other than your typical business license, you would be restricted at the local level.
So I kind of look at this like a plumber. If a plumber in West Palm wants to fix the leak in my
Right.
house, he doesn't, or she doesn't need to have a license within Lake Worth Beach to operate there. But they do have to be licensed by the state and wherever they are. So I'm okay with 3B kind of as is, but we should definitely get the answer of, does the DBPR provide this? Can we even get that?
Well, and the county
Miss-
does,
Miss,
sorry.
Malaga?
The county does offer, I mean, you can get your business license through the county. My business is licensed with my home address for my business.
Right.
So if you're a valet owner, it doesn't matter where your office is or if you work from home, you have a county license. It's $33 a year.
Cheap.
So I understand what Commissioner Segrich is saying, but holding a valid occupational license, if somebody's here and they're and everybody relocates and we get people who are transient all the time, if somebody comes from Tennessee and they had a license in Tennessee to be valet parking, that doesn't help our citizens in our city. So I want to make sure that they have a state, a county, Sunbiz, like I would like it listed out so we know who's driving these vehicles. And not only that, you're handing the keys to some fancy cars to these people. We want to make sure that, you know.
Well, that's where the additional insured comes in.
Correct, which is on the next page. But I think that we need to spell out county, city, or county and state license at least, if we can't have a city license. Palm Beach County license, they should have to have.
And our lawyer will find out who that would be. Except she's deep in conversation right now.
I know other counties require it even without an address. So
Oh, well, the what?
other counties require that you get a business license without having a physical location because they make us do that for disaster work all the time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There must be a mechanism. It's not all business.
Let's keep to the flights before I lose control.
The next one was C, since we're looking at a lot of these.
Yeah.
So currently in here, a permit shall be issued only to applicants to provide documentation. They have procured sufficient accessible private off-street parking spaces for their valet parking services.
And that-
On-street parking services and parking spaces otherwise located on property owned and maintained by the city shall not be the permitting to park of those vehicles. You see this in pretty much every other municipality I've looked at that has valet parking. I just want to make sure that is something that you guys are all in favor of, because I know currently vehicles.
Oh, they're taking
and
up the street parking.
It's moved to other locations. It's in front of people's homes sometimes.
No,
It's
that's
just-
the basis of
Nothing
it.
but this,
Okay.
we're good.
Okay, and I would say that we should require a written authorization from the property owner that they've come into an agreement.
Yeah,
with
that's
the-
West Palm Beach requires like an affidavit. So
Yeah.
that would be part of the application process, is you would submit that in writing where you've actually, a copy of the agreement you have, whether it's
Yeah.
one of the banks downtown, the church, whatever
Exactly.
you choose, that would be part of the application process.
Okay, Ms. Malega?
Given that G says that there shall be no more than one valet parking space with more than one block away or less than a block. I think that we really need to talk about, and I'm gonna go back to the city-owned Bohemian, and we should be gravitating towards our conversation of that's where they need to valet park these cars.
I think we offer it as an option.
Because to me, you have 701, 625, and 512. If you look at them on a map like Jamie and I did today, you go, whoa, they are one after another. And it is in the language that they're not supposed to be located more. That says permitted valet parking service area located 1 block away or less. So back to this one that Jamie's talking about, city maintained by the city shall not be used by the permittee to park vehicles. I would rather them be using the Bohemian to park vehicles. So I don't know how anybody else feels, but I'd like to
Yeah,
have the
but so
conversation.
you could change that wording to, I mean, you,
Because right now it
we're
says they
not,
can't.
but yeah, but we have to be very careful because what if they are like, oh, we'll just park all the cars at City Hall?
No,
Well,
it's got to be
that-
agreed.
No, you
No,
can't. They
you can't do that. It's got to be agreed.
But right now they could, anybody could park out there all night. They are doing it. So we have to be very specific.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That
This
the
language is too
Bohemian
open.
is the only city property we're
That's why-
offering.
That's why I just brought it up.
Right, but I'm saying we have to be specific that it's not. I just
So-
don't want any more parking at the hatch.
I understand. Okay.
Right.
That's it.
You can make it specific to a city parking garage.
With an address or city parking garage.
So, but let's
Mr.
step back. I believe if what I hear, we're all in agreement that whoever the valet service is with whatever licensing they get, they have to show us as part of their process, this is my agreement with X.
Yep.
That I can park my stuff there. And as an attorney, you might know some additional thing. Do they need to have some insurance arrangement with those people, or
That
are we
would be
not going to worry
between
about?
them. That would
We
be
don't,
between
we
them.
don't need to get into
That's
that.
private,
Okay,
right.
fine. And then I think I don't have a problem with giving an option of the Bohemian parking garage, but I would have a problem with requiring it to be there.
I agree.
Would you, and thank you for, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but would you be more lenient towards one valet station since they're literally less than a block away from each other?
Well, we're
Okay,
going to
look-
get to that when I agree that we need to think about that.
We're not there yet, I don't think.
And
And if they, oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say with the parking locations, if they're parking on a private property under an agreement as is provided now, you may want to make sure that that parking location has the required city business license for that use.
As a parking lot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's, for example, say the parking lot behind I don't forget what brand it
The
is,
paint guy.
the paint guys
Right
on
over there.
Dixie and Lucerne. They have a parking lot. I believe that's where the theater people go. I mean, they have a commercial parking lot. Why would they need more?
Sorry, she's not saying they have to have more, is that we have people parking on unimproved, from a zoning standpoint, parcels of property that are not improved for parking. And if
Like
you
dirt? parking?
like dirt
You
or
mean like the
gravel,
one that Matthews used for Golden Shoes?
yes, just stab me up again. I just,
Right,
no,
no,
so what we're saying, if it's going to be a parking lot and it's used for parking, then we do require them to have a business license or it's on vacant registry, which means they're not being used at all. And so it should be duly licensed as a parking lot.
So like the Wells Fargo, if they wanted to use that, right now it should be on the vacant registry, but if they wanted to use that, they would have to have an agreement.
They'd have to,
for
they'd have to have a
instance.
business license to be a parking lot or an accessory use as a parking lot.
Okay, wait a minute. I won a code case here years ago on this one because what is now Amelia's
Mhm.
Smarty Plants, and the guy that used to own it, or maybe he still does, had some 18-wheeler parked there. And they cited him. I mean, it was a commercial parking lot on private property. It was a parking lot. And they were having people park there.
Mhm.
And they were cited, and I don't know if it was the code or the general magistrate at that point. That's ridiculous. It's a parking lot. If it's part of a business, I don't disagree with you. But maybe you're not suggesting what I think you're suggesting is that they have to have a separate commercial parking lot license.
No, if there's a business there or an activity, it would just include an accessory component. Like the Publix has multiple business tax receipts under its business license. This is an accessory use to that commercial activity of they're generating revenue, I would hope, that the valet people are paying to that business. That's how a business tax receipt is basically defined. If you're generating revenue of your property, you're required to have a business tax receipt.
For the specific purpose of parking in the parking lot?
And the license for, like, say, Wells Fargo could include bank, accessory parking, other things that might happen there. It might have an ATM machine or other things like
Do they have to have a separate license for an ATM machine?
Yes.
Mm.
That's how your
Maybe
business,
we'll have
now,
to-
not that and we know we cannot change our business tax receipt schedule, even though it was created probably before I was born, based on some of the uses that are there. The state has preempted us from updating it and revising it.
So if we wanted to use, if someone wanted to use the paint store
place.
parking lot, the paint store parking lot, paint store would have to get a second business license?
They would just add on to their existing one and say
Would
that there's,
cost them anything?
I have to get back to you on that. I think it falls under miscellaneous, maybe $100 extra a year.
No, I'm not, I'm just curious about the process. So if they don't have an accessory use as a parking, so it's like parking after hours, because a paint store has a park.
Well, it's becoming a commercial parking lot at that point. It's being leased out for parking purposes.
Okay. I can buy that. Mr. Sigrid just had his light on for quite a while.
Okay, yeah. On 3C, I would agree with Sarah. I think we should have language in there that allows us to utilize city parking. So basically saying that it can't be used anywhere there is public or city-owned property, except where that city-owned property is specifically held out for lease by the city to a valet service under an agreement. And that would allow us to utilize the Bohemian or any other future building or parking lot that we so choose without having to come back and constantly modify it by making it so specific.
Right now, it would be interesting to the next, this raises so many interesting questions. Let's say the Bohemian or the K Street parking garage. Do they say how many spaces they're going to use? Or, I mean,
According to the Delray one.
if they're gonna rent, they're essentially renting our parking spaces.
Correct.
So we would have to have a special rate for that.
We could, or you could just go with what the current
What the
rate is.
hourly rate is.
You're correct.
Isn't that what we were to do at the beach when we had the valet parkers from the hotel using the beach parking?
Correct.
There was a contract, a lease.
Okay.
The next one, going off of what the vice mayor had mentioned as far as, what it says in G with the one block apart. If you look under D, it says that the valet parking service area shall be located in the public right of way abutting the boundary lines of the property in which the permittee's business or property is located. So if we were not going to have valet directly in front of each business that would want that, then we would have to modify the language in D, because right now we're saying you could only do that directly in front of your property. Or you would have to get written approval from a neighboring property if they would allow you to do it in front of their property, but it would have to either butt your property or be next door to your property. So if you're going to look at only doing a centralized or something like that, then we would have to modify language in D as it currently stands.
I think anything that we come up with tonight is obviously not going to be final, but I really want to talk to the business owners downtown.
They should be here.
Yeah. I hope that we would have reached out a little bit.
We did.
85 messages and they're not here. That's rough. Because one of the questions is, two are here, and both of them have valet and both of them have valet parking, right? Yeah. Now, Paradiso you have a stand in the street. Do you have a stand in the street? They just stand there on the property and they park. You want to come up for a
Sir,
second?
we can't hear anything, Madam
Well,
Mayor.
that's what we're doing. Just introduce yourself, please.
Angelo Romano, the owner of Paradiso Restaurant, 625 and 611. I bought the property 611 years ago because I was thinking about the future of my business improvement. So, and years later, here we come. I've been doing this for 29 years, pulling the cars in.
Mhm.
And it's a luxury that I don't want to lose because my business is based on it. I'm in the service business. I got to give my elderly people, which my clientele, it's all up there in age. The comfort of having a valet is to drop it off by the door and then you get out and get the car and go. If you got to have it 2 blocks away or whatever, unless you're like in a place like Miami Art District, you know, design district in Miami, they have this valet all over the
But
place.
you own the property that you park in, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not contributing to the problem.
Well, no, I mean, I only have nine spots.
Right.
You know, and my business will grow because this is all about, as you guys were discussing about utilities and the future of electricity and all that. We're discussing about the future of the growth of the downtown. And we want to have more restaurants like Ocean, which I think is a wonderful event that happened this year to have a beautiful restaurant like that. We have to please cater, help us.
We have to be business friendly. The bottom line in this is be business friendly without interrupting the public parking.
If you gotta add more parking, that's really the solution.
Okay.
And then we can work with our valets to make sure that they help the street and help the customer to be served.
But you can always, because you have that driveway next to your building, you don't need a valet station on the street.
No, I
Ever.
don't put my
No
station
matter
on
how
the
many
street.
spaces you
It's
need.
never there.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Have you and Nino ever had a conversation about sharing valet at Rustico?
No, but
Because you're on the same side of the street, that's why I'm
no,
asking.
but it's funny you ask that. You see, for the longest time, they come to my valet and they say, okay, we're going in a restaurant. They leave the car there and then they walk to Nino's. And that's fine because as long as when they come back, they tip the guy.
Right.
It's fine. I don't.
Because Nino's does have his own valet now,
He
so
has
that's
his
why
own-
I'm
That's why
asking.
we're,
He
no,
has
it's,
his own-
I spoke with him.
So I'm asking if you, I'm just wondering, would you be open to that as a business
already
owner
doing it.
working together?
If we have to, yes, but honestly.
He doesn't have enough spaces.
I don't think. I think the setup the way it is catering
It's
each
not-
business.
It's not working.
It's been working for so many.
Not with Oceana now because the traffic just gets
We're just talking
bottlenecked.
about him.
Okay, so
Right.
we need to help
All right, stop.
Oceana resolve what Oceana problem is. And then
Right.
we gotta work with Oceana, understand where they're gonna put their cars and help them resolve the issue. They take that and then mess us up. Other people that have been around 29 years.
But you don't
doing
have a
these.
license either for it. You've been
I
doing it
have
without a
applied for
license.
the license as soon as this issue has come up. And as you have just spoke about it, you don't even have an application, you don't have an.
Right.
Okay, so next time I do the process, because I had the Contine Architecture Office helping me out doing this license, and they couldn't come up with me. I said, Angelo, we don't want actually, like he was saying, is tied to the cafe license and all that. I please show me the way and I'll do it.
Okay. Now you employ the folks that do your parking. They're your employees?
No,
No.
I hire the company,
Okay.
their insurance.
Okay.
They take full responsibilities
Okay.
of the car, if the car gets scratched or anything like that.
And you
I
pay
pay
them a
them.
month, you pay them a
I
monthly
pay them a
fee?
month and then they should pay the valets and guys like
course.
that. And
Tips.
the customer tips the valet.
Have you been using the same company for a long time?
No,
No?
I've changed a few. This one that I have has been with me for a few years.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And I have to say on that, this problem is only the 3-4 months of the season.
That's also true.
The rest of the year, I can't even get them to come and valet because the kid doesn't make enough money.
Right.
So it's 3-4 months that we have to juggle.
That's
And if we really dedicate some thoughts with intention to help the business flourish and help us, the people, and they really need the valet. And they need the valet, but the fact that they need to drop off at the door, not to go
right
a mile away and drop a car.
Yeah.
You know,
That's what
Then
Nino
the
said too.
Condition of the weather condition and all that. It would be crazy that you have to walk a block to go get your car.
A block's
just-
not that far.
Yeah.
A block's not that
No,
far.
I think we're not.
Sure,
Can I
if
ask
you,
you-
if you like to dress casually and you can put the boots on before you go out and whatever. Some of these people put expensive clothes on and expensive shoes. They're not gonna, kind of like, I mean, just to tell you, and then I don't want to bring anything else into that, but during the street painting festival, I lose tens of thousands of dollars because there is no way that they can come to me.
Mr. McVoy has a question.
This is very helpful and thank you for coming because, we obviously don't run
Thank you
restaurants.
for having me.
Yeah, it's helpful. And I just want to make sure I understand some because you know the information. You need to have, for your clients, they need to be able to drop the car very close to the restaurant. I understand that. Now, the other part that the valet, after they've dropped the client and taken the keys and all that stuff, how far away can they realistically put the car? For instance, as Vice Mayor says, well, could your valet company put the car in the Bohemian, which is not next door to you? Is that realistic?
No, because you see now you have to have 2-3 people attending. You cannot do only with one person.
Because it takes too long for them to
Because
come back.
one person has to be at the stand, then the other one has to go, and then you have people coming at 7:30. You have 10 cars coming at 7:30. And you expect one kid or 2 kids to get 2 cars, run to the Bohemian, and run back.
That's
leave
why they're so
car
thin.
unattended, because you cannot leave cars.
Where do you park them now?
I use my lot.
But you only have 9 spots.
Okay.
And
So
then-
that alone, I can do about 12 cars, 13 cars. And then we go down the streets. I've tried with the years, 28 years ago, I used to pay the old man across the street where the shopping center, where the shoe store is and all that. And he was very nice to me and all that. And then he got one tenant in there that he did not like the fact, and he's still in there. And he still calls me if they change attendant at the ballet and the new guy doesn't know that he cannot put the car in the back there. Right away, I get a phone. I think the guy sleeps there to monitor his spots.
That's the tax.
So that we don't park there. I mean, there's spiteful things from
But the
people as
owner of
well.
the building could give you permission.
Yes, but now if the tenant is complaining, he came back to me and he says, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose a tenant for this
So
setup.
can we get clarification? What would be a reasonable maximum distance? 1 block, 2 blocks, 5 blocks?
Waiting
We
a
don't know.
block, waiting a block, because
That's going to be hard. That's going to be
The
hard.
ideal thing would be that park, that empty lot that's been sitting there for so many years to be,
I know, and it's getting more and more and more expensive.
and nobody's buying it.
Because, well, I could have, if I would have had the fund for $500,000, but now it wants over $1 million, so prices go, probably, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
the prices go up so much.
Oh,
And then I'm looking, it's not only just to buy the lot, you have to really know someone that can build parking lots and run parking lots, and they gotta run the numbers that is convenient for them to make the investment. And like I say again, if it's only 3-4 months of the year, the season where you have this load of cars, a lot of these people that build parking lots, they're like, that's why the idea, of course, under the museum was gonna work, because it will, it makes sense in that to have the combination also. I'm sure you guys have to figure out the security of that.
Oh, yeah.
That people have to be safe and secure to go on there, all that. And then if eventually can work for us as well to bring cars in there.
In K
But
Street, yeah.
if that doesn't work, will we try to improve this parking thing? Because we have to. There is no way. If we want the downtown to flourish, more restaurants will come, more other kinds of business will come to where the load of cars will eventually increase automatically.
Commissioner McMay has a question.
Just in general, but it's not necessarily for detail. I just want to talk about it, not necessarily with one
I do
specific
have
business.
a follow-up question for him. So the K Street garage, you mentioned that it really for your valet purposes, it needs to be within 1-2 blocks.
You mean the K Street one, the existing one now?
No,
Well,
this proposed
yeah,
one,
that place.
which is down at
Behind the
2
theater.
blocks down, 1 block down. Would that be close enough or would that be too far?
If we have an overload, we definitely can use it, you know. If you restrict my people to use any spots down the street before you consider that one, I mean, the first option will always be the closest spot you can find. And also, one thing on your side, I know you're shaking your heads, but it's matter of creating a habit. So even the guys, if they are capable of understand, you know, you go down the street, I'm sure ocean valets are struggling to go around the block, trying to find. It's time consuming and it's crazy. So to have one location, even if it's 2 blocks away where you guaranteed the spot, it could definitely make sense at one point of the evening.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for bringing a wonderful restaurant downtown. I know you're a world-class destination and
I love to stay here and
you need to go.
I understand the service that is required for the customer, for the business to be here. That's why this parking thing is hard to me because it's an essential of the business to give the right service.
And I think it is a good sign that we're having a parking problem downtown.
But if you ever want to have a great meal in Hyde, the bar on the other side, that's back by the kitchen, that's the best place. We know you're there.
Thank you very much.
Can I go now? Yes.
Okay, so some of the things that he was mentioning are actually covered if you look at the Delray lease. I mean, because it really spells out a lot of this stuff where, you know, in Delray, it says the valet parking queue must be open every day between the hours of 5 p.m. and 2 a.m. 12 months out of the year. Well, maybe for us, we don't need that, you know, and then that's fine. They can just do it, get the permit, pay by month that you're going to have valet. If you're not going to have it in the summer, don't pay for it. The other thing is that the license, it says that the licensee has to be, in the Delray one, it says it has to be open to anybody. So if you want your car valeted, you can pull up to their valet stand and they go park your car. It doesn't matter if you go to their restaurant or not.
It's cheaper, you get it validated if you go.
If they validate, and they also have it in here that other places could validate it for that person's parking. So that's a solution to that issue. The other thing is that staffing says that there should be a minimum of 2 people, one at the stand, one running the cars. So that fixes that issue. And all of those things would be, I hate to say it, but you just charge an extra $1 for parking as the valet.
Yep.
And then pay for the service. I mean, the service needs to be world-class is what I'm hearing. Well, world-class is going to get a little bit more expensive downtown. So there's ways to do this, you know, where it can be accommodated for our city. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't have to be all year long. And I think that's important that we share. But I do think that they can kind of figure out where they want to put the cars at, but I really don't think it's fair because what they're not saying is that there's blue cones in front of the post office, and that's where those cars are going. And when I get calls from my neighbors that say, how come people are getting paid to use the free parking spots that we have for the city? I agree. That's not cool.
I think we all agree on that one.
Right. So, you know, I understand. I'm one for following the rules, and I don't care if it's the tamale ladies or the valet people with their $1 million restaurant. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is that we come up with a solution that's fair for everybody. I appreciate that he's been here for 29 years. Great. But now things have changed a little bit, and now we're going to have to be able to go ahead and modify some of these things.
And that's what we're talking about.
But
okay. Ms. Malega, Commissioner Malega, Vice Mayor.
Jamie, are you done going through your?
I only had one other thing.
Okay.
And that is on section 19-134. And we are on number 6.
Okay, hold on.
2 citations or notices of violation within the 6-month period, whether corrected or not.
So we're on section 19-134,
Right,
and then under number 6,
right.
it just says, yeah, the permittee has received 2 citations or notices of violation within a 6-month period, whether corrected or not. So in other ordinances you've seen, there's an actual cost listed out in here. Now, whether we want to put that in the fee schedule or have that as part of this, we typically would want to do it in the fee schedule. So you can update it every single year, whether you want to change it or not. Like Delray's, for instance, first violation is just a warning. Second is $200. Third is $500. The fourth is actually just a termination of the. Correct.
If they get posted parking not where they agreed to.
Currently, you're allowed 2 parking spaces, and just, I didn't cover it at the beginning, but a parallel parking space is 8 feet by 22 feet. And the reason it's part of, the valet is part of the sidewalk cafe permit, it's the same permit, is because it's with DOT.
Right.
That's our interlocal agreement with FDOT. It's based on square footage. It's a square footage price.
Mhm.
We owe them $5 per square foot. That's just the way it works because they own Lake and Lucerne. So no
Mhm.
matter
For
what
now.
we charge, yes, for now.
For now.
But no matter what we charge, we owe them $5 per square foot. Currently, we're charging $7, so we're only, the city is making $2 per square foot
Horrible.
Right.
on
Okay.
everything we do. That's just the way it's been
But we
set up.
only have the one permit.
Well, we're not getting charged anything because we don't have any
Well, we do have.
applications out.
Yeah.
So
So the way it currently is, so you have the ability, a max of 2 spots that you can take downtown.
And this is for the loading area, not for the putting the car.
the queue.
Correct.
This is for the queue, correct. So that's 352 square feet at $7 a square foot. It comes out to $24.64 a year, $2,464 a year. That's what
That's
it would
what we
cost
paid.
if you took both spots for valet. And
Currently.
that's what the cost would be for that permit,
2464.
2464.
That's our cost.
That would be the cost for the permit if you took the 2 spaces that are allowed.
But that's only charging the $5 a square foot or 7.
That's $7 a square foot.
We need to have a conversation about that.
All right.
That is so. Now I did a little extra stuff here based on West Palm Beach and what they charge. Their annual permit is $1,500 plus the metered parking rate because they have a paid parking program in their downtown. So it's $1,500 plus the metered parking rate. They have 3 different zones, which range from $1, the furthest out you go up to $2.50. So just taking an average of $2 per hour and kind of running that through the course of the year with the $1,500 meter parking or the annual permit rate, you would be looking at $39.96 annually if you were doing a valet parking downtown West Palm Beach.
So you would want to do it annually? You wouldn't want to do it monthly to start?
Delray does it monthly. It's just more work from a staff perspective.
So I
because
mean,
now
we can
having
accommodate
to-
that in the cost. But what I'm worried about is what they said, where you don't need it in June.
Again, it can be broken out in any way you want.
Okay.
Just monthly, it's just more of a, more from an
I
administrative
think it
side
should
of
be a
things.
6-month contract, a 6-monthly, because it's September is when we're getting the new license.
Right.
And that would take them through season if it's really truly just a 6-month.
Right. And I
But
don't
then
see
you have the
Oceano.
house who has it all year long.
Yeah.
Right. And
So
I
I
don't
think it
see
should be-
Oceano calming down in the summer because
I
that's when
think
we
it
get
should-
to go.
I think you should either do a 6-month or 1 year, give them that option personally.
It is, that's why we're having this
Yeah.
conversation, because you could say we want it monthly, we want it
But,
quarterly.
but I do know
biannually.
2464 is not enough money. Yeah, we definitely need to figure out how to,
But like I said, just based on that, to do this downtown West Palm, you're basically looking at about $1,500 more than what we're charging.
Correct.
But again, it's a much larger downtown and, you know,
That's for 2 spaces.
so.
That's per space or for 2 spaces?
Is that
Correct.
the 1 space or
Right. Is
for
it-
2 space?
Yeah, right.
For which,
That $2,900.
What's the price per space and per 2 spaces? Oh, what's the price per space?
for us,
no, to the
Oh.
user.
To the user.
to the user, so
Is that for
it's,
one?
it's based on square footage. Keep
Right,
in mind.
right, right.
Right.
So
One spot or
just a
2
number.
spots?
You're saying
that's for 2 spots.
2
That's
spots.
if you
That's
use
what we're
2
asking.
spots.
Okay.
So what I did was the 8 by 22, 176 times 2 is the 354. So taking that, or 352, I'm sorry, taking that 352 square foot times the $7 that we're charging, that's when you come out to that 2464. So So that's if you use the maximum 2 spots that we're talking about now.
Right, okay, so
If you did one, you cut
2460,
it.
okay, 2464 is what we're doing now. And compare that to the same 2 spot size in West Palm.
Well, West Palm's a little bit different though, because you're paying an hourly rate. So they're charging just a $1,500 for the
Right.
permit itself.
But
And then on top of that, you're paying for their permanent parking.
so let's say that they only use it from, I don't know, 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the evening till 10. Have we done the calculation to have some idea of what realistically?
I base that on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. So only 4 nights a week from 6 p.m. to midnight.
Okay, that sounds
And
reasonable.
that's what came out to that $39.96, basically
And that was for
$4,000.
one space or two?
That was for 2.
spaces.
Okay, so 4,000 they're doing, and we're doing
24.
26 roughly.
24.64. So yeah, basically
25.
I
25.
would,
Can I ask a question? Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
my
Love
light's
it.
been on.
I don't have a light. You're a tough crowd. So in West Palm, they pay $1,500 or
for the permit.
for the permit,
Mhm.
but then they have to buy when they park a car, it's in a paid parking space.
Correct. So they pay the metered
Right.
cost on top of
Right.
that. And
Or
like I said,
the-
they have 3 different zones ranging depending on where you are. If you're right. in the
Or
heart of
parking
downtown.
garage if they put it in a
Or
parking,
parking
so they just pay the parking garage or the.
No, this is for the loading zone that he's talking about, not for the parking car.
No, it's $1,500 a year for the permit
Correct.
for the 2 spots. But then when they park it, that's for the 2 spots.
Oh,
in
no,
front of
no.
Please let me finish. In front of the store, there's 2 spots. They pay $1,500 a year for the permit.
But what you'll see people do downtown as well is they have multiple garages downtown West Palm. They have agreements also with the city, so you can lease out space in a
No, no,
garage.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's, okay. We're talking concept here. They pay $1,500 for the permit just to be able to do it, those 2 spaces. But when they take the car off the queue and put it someplace, they're paying they're paying whatever the city's.
I don't think that.
Finish my sentence.
Oh,
That
sorry.
they're parking in a parking space and they have to pay the parking for that parking space.
You pay
correct?
the metered
Right.
cost, correct? Whether it's
Just to make sure we understand, those 2 spaces, the loading zone, this is why it's important that we name the loading zone separate from where the car is getting put.
Okay.
Your calculation of what a business, what that loading zone costs them is based on the calculation that they're paying also that fee, or is that separate?
I'm sorry, they're paying which fee? I'm gonna.
Okay. Restaurant X uses 2 spaces in front of its restaurant as a loading zone to unload and load their customers.
Yes.
Is the 1,500 that covers them, or are they also paying, in your estimation, from 6 o'clock to midnight for those 2 loading spaces?
No, the 1,500, that's just the permit itself. Are you saying,
understand.
are they paying for the spaces themselves?
The
The
loading,
1,500 is that's basically the loading zone, if that's what you're asking.
and that's it that they pay on.
Correct.
Okay.
But
all
on
right.
top of that, they have to actually pay the permitted,
City parking.
the
Okay,
city
so
parking.
what the
rate.
mayor
So-
was saying is
Correct. They're
Okay,
paying the
that's
city
what-
parking rate on
that's what I
top
was not
of the.
thinking.
Correct.
Pullman.
Okay, I thought that they were also paying a fee, the parking fee for the loading spaces, which apparently not.
No,
No,
that's.
that's
They get
the
that for
permit.
free, even though they're
Well, no, they're
technically
paying
using it.
$1,500 for it.
Yeah. Okay. So we're trying to figure out apples to apples.
Yeah, and again, I just did that for 4 nights a week, a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Technically, it's every day, but I wanted to do something a little bit more realistic. So it's more than likely it's more than that, but
Vice Mayor Malik.
Can we hear from the public on this for a minute and give us a break? Would that be possible?
There are
Maybe even a
quite-
comfort.
There are maybe even a comfort break.
Because I think there's some people here who may want, I don't know, maybe I'm just,
Are there any?
there are-
cards?
I think there are
Sure, that's
cards.
fine.
I'm not sure what the clerk might have.
There are quite a few. I read every one before I come to this meeting. Angelo, he already did it. He's gone. Peggy Fisher. Ma'am, we don't know. Did you fill out a blue card? Well, did you fill out a blue card? Well, then you'll get called on when I come to your name. I call them up one by one.
Peggy Fisher, North A Street. Saturday night, I was downtown. There are 8 spots between South J and South K on the south side by the Playhouse. 7 of them were coned off with a car parked there.
Yep.
That was just one. You all need to stop going up and down and around in circles and make some decisions here. I haven't heard one word about who in this city, what city employee or employees are going to monitor the parking downtown at night. Because all I always hear is, oh, we don't have enough people in parking to monitor parking in the city. So you've let all these other valets pop up, parking, street parking, which I've watched numerous times, and you haven't done anything about it. It's time to quit cross-talking, going over the same thing over and over and over, and make some decisions, decide on something, and put it into effect and enforce it. There are too many things in this city that have rules that are not enforced.
Thank you.
And it's time to stop that. It is time to enforce the rules that are on our books. And if it takes downtown parking to finally hit people upside the head, then let it happen. Because, you know, you're talking about all these people, where are they going to valet park and everything? What about the residents of the city who come downtown?
Well, that's why we're talking about it.
Well, Mayor, you haven't talked about it before now. And what about
I'm talking about it now.
Mayor, I'm sorry, but I really didn't come up here to have a conversation back and forth with you. This was my opportunity to speak and express the desire to have this city welcome the people who want to come to the fine restaurants that are in this city, but also respect the people that live in this city who want to come down to those same or other restaurants that need the business too. The people that go to Paradiso may not want to go to Dave's, but there are a lot of people in the city that do go to Dave's and spend many dollars there, and during football season spend many hours there. So you got to get your act together is what I'm trying to say. You know, it's just too many of these things that you just bat balls up in the air and then somebody else hits it and somebody else hits it and you get nowhere. And I'm to the point of having sat here for 16 years, 17 years and watched this. Enough is enough. Whether it's you all sitting up there or another commission, I'd be saying the same thing. Your job is to put things in effect and have it enforced.
Thank you. Ma'am, I don't see a card for you, a blue card. Did you? Under this item? Is it under valet parking? Wes Blackman is up. Well, okay, you can fill out a blue card. You still have time.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I had prepared remarks, but I threw them out the window. Yeah, the situation is we have we're in an enviable position because we do have quality restaurants downtown that want to have a first-class impression for their customers coming to their business. I'm not worried about that part of the equation. What I'm worried about is what goes on behind the curtain, where the cars go, valets running in dark clothing in the rain, you know, across roads in a hurry, trying to get cars and that kind of thing. And it's just kind of like the Wild West. And I looked at the ordinance that's in the code, and it really is kind of enforceable if we don't have public parking or some consolidated parking facility to send them to. And for you even to have regulations on the books kind of puts you in a liability situation. Because, you know, they're operating right under your nose. And if something happens, I don't know. I'm concerned. I like Commissioner May's comments, kind of cherry picking out of what Del Rey is doing. I think that's a good start. But it's going to happen And right now, the front end of the business is operating fine. It's the back end where the cars are stored that is the problem.
Absolutely. Thank you. Catherine Colmeyer, followed by Michael McKeach. What? Threw him out the window.
Catherine Colmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. This is so complicated to hear you talk about this, but what blows my mind is that there are all these people that need to be right outside the door of where they're going. So if you have 3 restaurants near each other, they all need to be right outside the door, and the cars can't be more than a block away. And I don't know how that kind of works in a city that you have a huge parking lot and three places where, you know, that parking lot's going to be used. And then it's only for 3 or 4 months of the year. So we're going to build a parking garage or have huge parking lots for 3 or 4 months. And then for the rest of the year, they kind of stand empty. So that makes me think, okay, so it costs a lot of money to build these things, but you're only getting revenue for 3 or 4 months of the year. The way the man from Paradiso was talking was like nothing happens for the 8 months of the year. So, I mean, obviously not nothing, but, you know, vastly reduced. So I don't have any answers. I'm just bewildered. But one thing that I wondered is, well, where in big cities, what do people do? They've got to be further away than 1 block. What about having shuttle services, or do very, very ritzy people not want to use a shuttle service? I mean, I don't know, but I just, my little soul shrivels when I think how much we are in service to parking our cars so that it's convenient, ultimately convenient, within like a millimeter, or it's no good. And then so we use our land and our resources for that. I'm just, my mind is blown. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael McKeach, followed by Charlotte Taylor.
Michael McKeach. I'm the president of the board of the Lake Worth Playhouse, 713 Lake Avenue. Apparently, we are probably the ones doing everything as much as correctly as possible, because we got a permit from the Department of Transportation about 16 years ago. And so we've been trying to follow the rules all along since then. The valet is right in front of our business. We have that cafe permit, whatever. And we actually share the valet. I didn't realize that on Lucerne because I'm not over there. You know, what the problem they have having too many, but we actually share our valet with the people on the 600 block, the 700 block, and the 800 block, because we're the only valet in those 3 blocks. And people use the valet that we're using to go to all those. There's probably a dozen restaurants between Dixie and K or J or whatever. Our valet, the company that we contract with, uses a private lot on Lucerne, the one behind the paint store. And the people who own that lot own the buildings across the street. So they use that lot during the day for their businesses, and our valet uses it at night, which is actually the best arrangement because we're not using city spaces. Our valet is taking, and when we do a show, or is taking about 40 or 50 automobiles off the street and putting them in a private lot. So it's really, we're helping the city out in that respect. The valet is very important to us in that, unlike any other business downtown, we do things a little differently. We have 300 seats, and we expect our 300 customers to show up all at the same time. Okay, because the show starts at 8 o'clock, they've got to be there at 8 o'clock. The restaurants, they can come at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, whatever. So the valet is really important to us in that respect. So, then the parking is only a block away. The garage idea wouldn't work because the valet would have to would drive the car to the garage and then be 3 or 4 blocks before he would get back. And timing is very important, even for the restaurants. So let me see what else I can say.
I'm sorry, that's time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we extend his time? It seems like you have quite a bit of experience. to share.
Yes. Yeah, because we've been dealing with this for 16 years. I'll be honest with you, parking may put us out of business. Because, we're dealing with the valet and we understand, how, we're taking cars off the city parking spaces. When we go to paid parking, that's going to be a whole nother story. But we're trying to do the best. Like I said, we share our valet. We don't have shows every single night. We do shows like 3 weeks in a row and then they're off for like another month. But our valet shows up because he's making money off of the other restaurants and everything. So, we're trying to do the best that we can and be a good neighbor. We actually encourage our patrons to come early. We suggest to them come early to park your car and have dinner at one of the nice restaurants downtown. We actually have arrangements with about a half a dozen restaurants where we have a dinner and show package where for a price fix, you can come. And that also, we're helping our neighbors and we're also trying to save on the congestion downtown because we know you can't have 100 cars show up all at the same time and be blocking Lake Avenue. So.
Vice Mayor Malega?
Commissioner Segrich was first.
Oh, Commissioner Segrich?
I actually had a
Well,
question.
we're talking to him right
Yeah,
now.
I had a question. So in your valet parking permit, you're allowed 2 spots.
He's got 5.
Yeah, actually, we have special dispensation.
Is that true, Mr. Brown?
What is the special dispensation?
And who's it from?
The Department of Transportation. We were 16 years ago, we were granted 5 spaces because when we have 100 people showing up at the same time, if we only had 2 spaces,
doesn't work.
Person would park into the 2 spaces. Person number 2 is now on Lake Avenue. Person number 3 is now on Lake Avenue. Person number 4 is on Lake Avenue.
Okay, but here's my question. So how, is it an in perpetuity permit? Like it's just, you have it forever?
No. As a matter of fact, over the 16 years, apparently you guys have to approve the 5 spaces.
Correct.
And you did that in 2005, 2008, 2010, 2013, 2015.
Was the last time.
Yeah.
So 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So even though you are permitted, and if I park and I valet and I'm going to the restaurant, am I paying the valet parker?
Okay,
The guy who parks my car?
Yes.
So I pay him directly?
Right. If you are coming to the theater because we're the ones hosting the valet, we have an arrangement with the valet company. If you're a subscriber, you get free parking with the valet.
But if I'm going to Mario's and I want to use your valet,
Right.
I pay.
And if you're a regular ticket holder, if you're not a subscriber, you pay the valet, right? And that's how they make their money. So you pay the valet, and if you're going to Mario's or you're going to Brogues or the Mediterranean restaurant anywhere, then
So thank you for that. But my concern is if we're paying FDOT, we're paying per square foot, and he has a certain arrangement, and we haven't looked at that in 10 years. Technically, you're not in compliance either. And that's our fault,
right?
not
yes,
yours.
Because we've just been under the assumption.
Correct.
And actually, I've had to take control of the business 2 years ago when our executive director passed away. So both Shoshana Davidowitz, who is now our new executive director, and I are learning things every day. In fact, we got out the whole file and we're like, okay, let's look at how this is all done.
Okay.
But we're the only one that has the Florida Department of Transportation permit. And I don't know if that is.
I was going to say, how did he have a permit, but we have to go through us? Because I'm confused.
We have an interlocal agreement with FDOT. I'm not sure what this permit is or when it expires.
Do you have it with you?
Yeah, I have a copy of one of the.
I would like to see it.
older ones.
It's an older one. So
Oh.
do you have a current one?
It's just one I pulled out on the file.
Yeah, because this says revised March 2002. And see, this was prior to us even having an interlocal agreement with
Okay,
DOT.
so technically we have nobody in compliance is what we're learning right now, because you're not in compliance either. So first of all, I want to say thank you for being here since 6 o'clock, because I've seen you sitting in the audience. Because I personally said, if the business owners care about this, they'll show up and express their opinion.
Right.
And I thank you for being here. I thank you for giving us, and we know that it's important, and we know that people are used to having valet at the
Yeah.
Playhouse.
Well, and as Angelo said, we have an older clientele.
Right.
Even if there's ample parking, even if you build a garage and there's 250 spaces, they're not gonna all want to park there and walk a whole block. I mean, some of these people,
They're walkers.
yeah, believe me, when we do our matinees on Saturday and Sunday, I don't want to be mean, but it looks like a nursing home inside because that's
A sea of cotton.
And they
Yes.
come in sometimes by buses from nursing homes.
And yes,
Right.
well, the ones that come on a
It's got the
bus, it's great
defibrillator.
because they bring 30 or 40 people
And
and,
they don't take spots.
yeah, and they don't take up the
I would
spots.
just like you guys to be a little more aware, because I get many, many, many complaints of all your cones taking up the spots on Lake Avenue. And
See, and we've been taking up 5 spots. I'll be honest with you, we've been taking up
Forever.
5
Right.
spots since.
well, you
since we got
can't,
the
you can't,
original-
you can't do that. So
Yeah.
I think we need
So
to
I-
pare that down
Yeah.
personally.
I'm gonna chime in on that, because I think there's a very good argument for something like the theater that, you need more than 2
Yeah,
spots. for
Angelo
something
doesn't
like
get
that.
100 people that
At a
show up
time.
at one time.
But
we
they
do.
take the entire block from Mario's to the end of
Right.
Lula's.
I mean, after they
It's
take the
5
cars
spots.
away and the
They-
thing starts, they can pull those cones and people can park there.
But they don't.
I
We only-
understand,
we
but they
only take
should.
5, there's 7 spots and we only take 5. So we do leave 2. Yeah.
And they are using more, it's not just the theater that uses.
Exactly. They are, it's called one valet, but it in fact could be considered several because it's providing service for several. How do we deal with the 5? I mean, in some senses, it sounds a little bit like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It is a little bit broke,
Well-
right? I hear you.
Yeah.
And maybe they need to pay differently, or maybe the businesses need to pay some in addition to not putting the whole burden on the theater. That doesn't seem reasonable.
I think if it's,
But it seems like there's similar to the restaurant, there's a real problem. There's a real need for this.
Yep.
And yeah, we need to sort it out a little bit, but I don't think we want to totally break.
well, we don't
the
want to cut
system
them
that's
off at the
working.
knees.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
And,
Madam Mayor, I would want to, and thank you for showing that to me. I would want to say, if you look at that staff report from back in 22, so June 13th of 2016 is when the city first entered into that interlocal agreement with DOT. So if he's saying that the last time was 2015, that kind of lines up as far as the time frame,
Mhm.
because the city did enter that agreement in 2016.
and we agreed with it, and we gave them the 5.
No. We entered into that agreement that we had
With
discussed
FDOT.
before, where we're basically paying $5 per square foot to DOT.
Okay.
So that would have been after this agreement
For 2 spots or 5 spots?
for the 2 spots.
Yeah.
We would just need to address it
Right.
because as of right now, you get a maximum of 2 in our.
I mean, there's something to be said maybe on Lake and Lucerne, because yes, I know that sometimes it's blocked off, and so sometimes life is a little inconvenient. It gets jammed up, but maybe on Lucerne, there could be some more of a central, like they have on Lake, rather than have the Oceana do one and Rustica do one, that sort of thing.
Seems
Yeah, I
like,
guess it's just working out for us that we're the only one in those 3 blocks, and it works out for all of the restaurants
Everybody.
around us. I counted at least 12 restaurants within those 3 blocks, so they're all getting the benefit of.
Right, but the city's not getting paid, whereas that's the big problem.
Yeah,
And there's
we'll
no,
sort
yeah,
that out.
and that's the hard part, is we don't mind getting yelled at if we're doing everything right. Like if you have the permit and we have the insurance and we've got all of our ducks tied up, we'll get yelled at and say, yes, they've gone through it, but now because it's slipped through the cracks, here we are trying to deal with it now.
And one other conversation that Michael and I have had is with regards to the Bohemian. They have rehearsals and they have shows and they have staff and
Yeah, if we go to, I know this isn't a conversation for today, but if we go to a parking garage and then we have to have paid parking, I have 15 employees every day, so I'm gonna have to buy, you're probably gonna have some kind of an annual permit that I'll have to buy 15 passes. Then, of course, we have the 300 people that show up, and we do 11 shows 6 times a year. So them, I'm not so much worried about because a lot of theater goers, if they go downtown, they pay for parking. But during rehearsals, like right now, we are rehearsing our next show. We have 30, 35, 40 people in the show. They come every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for rehearsal from 7 to 10. So now I'm got 35 volunteers who we don't pay because they're just we're community theater. And now I've got to find a place for them to park. And we're not going to be able to afford to do that.
so maybe what we could come up with at some point would be a group, some sort of adjusted rate for them so that they could use the Bohemian. And I mean, at least so somebody's using it, right? And then have maybe on the nights that there are rehearsals, talk to circuit and go a little later. So that, so I think it's just another piece of the puzzle that I think.
I mean, I understand paying, like I have 15 employees. I can understand we'll pay an annual fee for them and get a parking pass. The patrons who come to watch the shows, I understand there'll be a little inconvenience. If we're still allowed to do valet, that's convenient for those people. And if we're still using a private lot, we're still helping the situation. But then those, like I said, the volunteers that are in the show, those 25 or 30 people, and during the season when we're rehearsing 2 shows, we have like 35 to 40 people.
Where do they park now? Do you have any idea? And you don't have to reveal if you want to.
There is the lot that's behind our theater, but usually, especially on Thursday, Friday, nights, it's gone by 6 o'clock or whatever. So they're like the rest of us, they're parking down every street that they can find. Yeah.
Just another thing to think about.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think we'll continue this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte Taylor? You don't have to.
I thought that I recalled, I have 609.
Your name and.
I have 609 Lake Avenue. We always find parking. I always find parking. Maybe I have to go around the block a couple of times. I'm not talking about the night parking, but I thought that a couple of years ago, I received a schematic basically from the city showing that the city had purchased land behind the Palm Beach Arts Council Cultural Center, and also behind the parking lot that's behind the, there's a little parking lot behind my building as well. And I thought property adjacent to that had been purchased by the city that I understood was going to be for additional parking. Whatever happened to that?
Well, we don't, behind this cultural council, that's their land, that's grass.
No, I'm not talking about
that's
that, because I tried to buy that property just to keep it vacant.
Behind the pause on the avenue.
Behind the vacant land that belongs to the Palm Beach Arts Council. I thought that
It's the same.
property had been purchased there.
No.
Well, I think it's hard to conceptualize all this. I think that maybe some business owners could get together and look at, I think you need a big map when you look at this. Instead of kind of dividing up what can the theater use and so forth. What if we had a map and we could see what properties the city owns, and then what properties could be utilized, the parking lots be utilized, for example, in the evening, and, come up with some ideas and then present it to the council and the commission and, see if, we can come up with something. Because sometimes more heads,
make a better decision.
How about it?
So, but I think we still need some, kind of direction from the city. Like, is it open to everybody? I don't care, but I mean, I would participate in it, but I think we need a map that shows us what properties the city owns. And what parking lots maybe are utilized now that are owned by private people.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you.
Okay,
Commissioner Segrich?
you can put my name down. I'd be glad to help.
Our ranks are thin.
I
Is
was-
it comfort time?
I wanted
Undeclared.
to have comment after we got through the public comments. I think we have online.
Oh, you know what? No.
We don't have any online?
We have
I have
something.
5 comments, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
I have 5 comments.
Oh, only 5. You want to wait or you want to do it now? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I've lived in Lake Worth Beach since 1999 and owned properties since 2001. It used to be that the only valet downtown was for the Lake Worth Playhouse. More recently, valet stands have sprung up all over the downtown. At least a third, if not half, of Lake and Lucerne between Federal and Dixie was coned off for valet parking on a recent weekend, and it wasn't even late in the day. How is it legal for commercial enterprises to block off public parking for their own private commercial use? Isn't this the same thing as tamale sellers using public side streets to sell tamales out of their trunks? I heard several of you crying laws are laws about tamale sellers, which I actually agree with. It is not business friendly to allow some commercial businesses to take over public parking. What about the other businesses on Lake and Lucerne who are playing by the rules? Their customers have no place to park. And what about us, the residents and taxpayers who want to and need to park to patronize businesses or simply run to the post office? There are laws for all or none at all. Picking and choosing who gets to use public streets and public parking for business purposes does not comply with the repeated laws or laws statements made by the mayor or commissioners Maliga and May. If businesses want to have valet parking, they can contract with the private lots available, but it is absolutely ridiculous that the city is letting businesses cone off public on-street parking for their own commercial use. This must stop now, as it is not legal nor fair to other businesses or residents and visitors. PBSO should be enforcing the law on Lake and Lucerne just as they are on the side streets. Talking about this issue is insufficient and the practice must cease immediately. Catherine Nolan, 222 North Palmway. Dear Mayor and Commissioners, I am writing to bring attention to an ongoing concern regarding a frequent traffic bottlenecks on Lucerne Avenue since the recent opening of a new restaurant with valet service. This issue consistently affects the flow of traffic and contributes to congestion in the area, a situation that will likely worsen when Man Ray opens. As one commissioner recently observed, many dining patrons are from out of town and are unlikely to spend time in our downtown beyond their dinner reservations. This situation will have a significant impact on Lake Worth Beach residents, particularly concerning access to available street parking and increased traffic congestion. Given the compact nature of our downtown, it seems feasible and more practical to establish one valet station further along on Lucerne Avenue and another on Lake Avenue. These stations could facilitate the drop-off and pickup of cars for all of the restaurants on each street, with cars removed to nearby lots, including the Bohemian Garage. Thank you for considering and exploring these options. Richard Mahler, 1767 15th Avenue North. While valet parking services can be beneficial, the way they are currently managed in downtown Lake Worth Beach creates unnecessary congestion and restricts access to public parking. To improve efficiency, the city should limit standard valet operations to one designated provider per street unless connected to a permitted special event. This would help streamline traffic flow, reduce curbside clutter, and ensure that businesses are not monopolizing public space at the expense of potential customers, residents, and visitors. Additionally, restaurants and businesses should be required to consolidate their valet services rather than each having separate operations. A shared system would minimize disruption, preserve more public parking, and create a better experience for everyone in the downtown area. More importantly, regardless of the operational structure, vendors should be directed to utilize the ample parking at the current city garage rather than flowing into the surrounding neighborhoods. This approach would also ensure that street parking remains more available for those who need quick access to downtown businesses. Lastly, the fees for valet parking space rentals should be increased to reflect the true value of these public spaces. The city should not be subsidizing private businesses at below market rates, especially when these spaces could otherwise serve the general public. Increasing these fees would encourage more responsible use of valet services and generate additional revenue that can be reinvested into parking and infrastructure improvements. The city must ensure that valet parking serves both businesses and the broader community equitably. I urge the commission to take a more structured approach to managing valet services, one that prioritizes accessibility, fairness, and with an eye toward increased business in downtown Lake Worth Beach. Dory Steibel, 411 North Ocean Breeze. I previously wrote to the commission and shared photos of a recent experience I had downtown. One of you asked that I share my email as a comment for tonight's meeting on this topic. Recently, I was trying to drop off something at the post office. This was a weekday, and while it was after 5 p.m., it was still during the business day. All of the parking places were taken, except I noticed that one of the restaurants was starting to put cones out on open spots. That meant there was no parking for me, even though there were 3 available spots in front of the post office. As a result, I ended up double parking half in 2 spots that were blocked by valet cones. My car ended up blocking the bike lane and part of the traffic lane as I had my daughter run my item into the post office. Not a great choice during rush hour as I was impeding traffic heading west. I'm not sure how it is legal for a private business to commandeer public parking spaces. I want to undertake business in downtown, yet the parking situation has gotten out of control because the city seems reluctant to ask these restaurants to stop using public parking spots for valet spots. That's not fair to me as a tax-paying resident, and it's really not fair to the other businesses who are not engaged in the same bad behavior. Where are their customers going to park if Oceano takes up all the public parking spots on Lucerne? It is my belief that PBSO or Lake Worth Parking Enforcement should be enforcing parking on Lake and Lucerne. And if there are cones blocking public parking spots, which are not city or police cones, they should be removed. Todd Ketchum, 225 South K Street, Apartment 1. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I have concerns regarding the current operation of valet parking. We should not be allowing the valet to use up public parking spaces in the downtown corridor, nor should we be allowing them to take up the parking in residential neighborhoods. There are several private lots in the area that the valet companies could reach out to make deals with for parking, and they should be encouraged to do so. Thank you for your time. That was the last comment. It is 9:57. I need a motion to extend to 11, please.
I'd like to make a motion to extend to 11, but I would also like to make a motion to postpone unfinished business C.
I'm sorry,
until-
can we have one motion, please,
Slow
to
down.
extend and then deal with the rest? Thank you.
All right, a
Second.
motion to extend.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Motion to postpone item C to the next meeting in April or a later date.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So having voted on that, we now go to
We're not done with this one, are we?
uh,
Ballet.
the ballet. Oh,
Yeah, Anthony needs to get to talk.
oh, Anthony, you've been so patient.
Thank you. So I have a question and then some comments. The questions for the attorney or for William Waters. Is the city at risk or have any liability since we already have code in place that says there is a permit application process and we don't allow these businesses to complete that permit application process? Do we have any liability there?
Those are literally my least favorite top kind of questions.
I call them pop quizzes.
Yeah. Yeah, the city has liability in a lot of things in a lot of ways. I don't I wouldn't say that you have liability in this instance that is greater than in any other place. But we can certainly look into it more.
Okay. And so then just a point of information, would I be able to make a motion or amend the motion, the original one? There is no one?
It's a discussion.
Okay. So looking at this problem, I see it's an immediate problem, and I think that we need to take action. I look at our ordinances, and by and large, they are pretty good and actionable and resolve some of the major problems that we brought up. The queue, the spaces, the 2 spaces out front, and the fact that the valets are using parking spaces that they shouldn't be on public property. So, and I don't think we should be if we go back to staff for changes to this, I think it's going to delay it 30, 60 days, and we're not going to solve this problem. So I would like to make a motion to instruct staff to immediately start enforcing our current regulations. And the second part of that would be to issue permits per our current ordinance and try to expedite that. I think then also instruct staff to come back with revisions to Part 3C to allow the city to lease public property to the valet services. Because right now 3C prevents us from having any public property being utilized. But at least by enforcing what we currently have, immediately issuing the permits, we solve the problem. And then we can wait 30 to 60 days to actually open up the ability to rent out the Bohemian Garage or some other property that we have to even further alleviate the problem. Because I think the free market is going to work itself out here. Those people that can't find a parking lot for their valet will have to shut it, and they'll have to share, just like those share with the current in front of the theater.
Okay, could you narrow that down to a motion?
Sure.
rather
So
than
the motion would be to instruct staff to enforce the current regulations as they are, issue the permits, and expedite them for those that have already applied. And then instruct staff to come back with revisions to 3C, adding the allowance for the city to lease public property to the valet services.
Well, is that 2 separate motions?
We do one at a time.
Yeah.
Sure. First motion would be to instruct staff to enforce the current regulations and issue the permits and
No, that's-
expedite them.
That was 2.
I'm sorry, you can have one motion for all of that.
I know, but
But
we
it's
don't want
less-
to.
Yeah. no.
So first motion to instruct staff to immediately start enforcing the current regulations.
And can I get a clarification before we go further on that?
Sure.
The clarification from staff would be, if we approve that motion, what would that do to the theater situation? Because I believe our current would not allow the 5 spaces that are currently parked.
Unless it was 2 for Mario's, 2 for Lula's, and 2 for the,
No, because they have to be in the same, they can't be in the same block.
I think that 5, I think that theater thing, that's a very different situation than a restaurant. I really do.
but I was saying if
It
you,
is, but I'm
if they're sharing the valet.
I'm hesitant for us to move forward to enforce what we have, because that sounds like that would
And
be a
they're out
big
of
problem for the
compliance.
theater, and I don't think we want to,
We don't want to create a problem.
I don't think so.
But I want to second your motion, Anthony, because for discussion and because I support it. And I'm I'm a rule follower, I'm a business owner, and I believe that we need to give everyone 30 days to get their stuff together. But again, going back to the Playhouse, I don't want to single them out. I'm thinking if we include having Mario's and Lula's get a valet permit, then we can say, okay, now you guys have your 5 spots. You figure it out between the 3 of you, how that works.
But our rules say they can't
2,
be,
they get 2.
But they can't be on the
They
same
can't be in
block.
the same block.
so,
I mean, it's a problem.
yeah, it's
and-
not
and-
easy to fix.
And it's easy to say just fix it, but it's not that easy to fix, especially, a restaurant, sure, Rusticana, they'll have 30 days to get in compliance, but
Hang on.
with,
I also have one more thing.
Okay.
We didn't address the insurance amount. And that was one thing that if we did do this immediately, I wanted to make sure, because under 19-133, it just says B, that you must have insurance. I would like to see that be 1 million, 3 million. There's no dollar amount for coverage.
I get the sense that we're not quite ready to just enforce what we have. I think we recognize.
We need a
couple
second. Oh, you
places.
seconded it. Okay, she seconded it. Good.
Nobody
Seems
seconded.
like we're not quite
Sarah
ready
did.
yet.
Oh, I thought she said she wanted to. I didn't know she did.
Yeah, that the theater is a very particular situation because they all do come and the theater folks are pretty old. I mean, no, that's not Jamie's.
So, and I might need the help of Madam Attorney on this. If we enforce, per the motion, we enforce the rules as they are right now. Would there be a way to do a carve out or a temporary modification for the theater, or how would this work if we wanted to enforce everything we have on the books right now, with the exception of one particular location? How, or is that even possible?
I would say that sounds like selective enforcement, and I would recommend against it.
So what?
But I had to ask.
I appreciate that.
I knew you were going to say.
But I don't think it's selective enforcement if when we rewrite the ordinance, that we do carve out that for the theater, which does share with all the other different restaurants, that they need more spaces than 2 spaces. It's unrealistic to think that the theater is going to survive with 2 spaces. Talk about blocked on Lake Avenue, it'll be a disaster. So I can't,
I would agree, and I think we need to, I don't think we should enforce what we have now. I think we still need to fix it. We need to improve it. I agree with that.
This is the second time we've had this conversation, you guys. We cannot kick this down another 30
Nope.
days. We've got
Yeah.
to enforce now and send 30-day, at least 30-day letters. You've got 30 days to get your stuff together while we work on the
But
ordinance.
there's no way to get that together for that
here.
situation.
Then number one, we don't have an application permit, thing. And what about the theater? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so to address the theater, if they have 30 days or however many days we're giving them to cure, they have that time, they can operate as they so choose. During that time, we get our act together and have
Fix
it
our
come back
ordinance.
for the next meeting,
Well, or not.
the changes to fix it for the theater. So we get something done and then we get something done quickly after versus waiting to do it all as one monolithic change, which is going to take us 30, 60, 90
Okay,
days.
as long as we come back, asking the staff to do an ordinance, the next, it's really, God bless them, that's not, that doesn't.
Well, all you gotta do is copy Del Rey's.
Yeah.
And you're done.
We already have an
Well,
ordinance.
we have an ordinance.
It's
He's
just
talking about
change-
our
change-
ordinance. No, let me, I think that I'll go along with that if we come back with that ordinance, which makes provisions for the theater for their 5 spaces.
And I agree, but they cannot go 10 years without renewing their license because they can't keep getting special service.
Yeah, we're going forward from.
And why do we have to go from 2 to 5? Why can't they get 4?
Do we have a problem on Lake Avenue right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, will it increase if there's 4 rather than 5?
I mean, I think it's better.
What?
Well, how would reducing the number of spaces
make it
reduce
easier.
the
No,
congestion?
no, because they don't. They cone. They don't use all of those spots.
Unless again, it's a shared space and they are. And
But
even
they're
though
not drop off
supposed to be-
pickup. They're parking the cars there and that's not the purpose.
No, I don't think they're.
Okay. Yes, they
I don't
do.
think they're parking.
Yes,
My
they do.
car's been personally parked there many times.
Yes, I've
they
dropped
leave
my
it up.
car off at the valet. They pull it up a foot and park it.
Either that until the guy comes back and can move it. I don't, none of us are standing there watching it.
I
for
came out of the
hours.
play and I got in my
I
car.
understand that, but standing for hours watching it happen. I just don't want to hobble one of the most important places in downtown Lake Worth because we have a rule for 2 spots. I think we need to adjust, if we're gonna do the ordinance, I think I would want the new ordinance to have, and it's not spot zoning, it's just making a difference for the fact that it's a different situation than the rest go on.
Well, no, and it's the attendance, like you said. I mean, it's the attendance is what makes it have to have that many because it's a rush of people coming and going.
And it's interesting because even when there's no plays on, they use that valet. Right. Are the valets there when there's no plays?
Yes.
Yes, and that's,
think-
maybe we can say
that's
that
what they're sharing.
during the hours of, like when they have a play, when
It
they're,
was a performance.
if there's a performance, then when they're seating them or when they're leaving.
Well, the
Okay.
night of the performance.
Right, but then on when it doesn't have a performance, they shouldn't be taking up all 5. It's just not fair.
And they're not
But it-
paying for it.
But it,
No.
okay, so,
Dealing with that.
yeah, the pay for, I think we can sort out. But it
Then open it back up.
it seems like we still
But then
have,
the restaurants are using it.
we need to make adjustments to this thing. We have the problem with the 2 per block. That's not gonna work with the theater. We have the problem that only 2 spaces. That's not gonna work with the theater. A number of things are working well with that process. I think we need, I don't think we're there yet to just start enforcing.
Well, I think our choice is to remain in limbo and not enforce it
No, no, no.
and kick
I
it
don't-
down the road.
I'm okay with enforcing it, but I also think, and I mean, we don't say tomorrow it starts.
30
You
days.
give 30 days, and by that time we can come back with, adjusting the ordinance to allow, to somehow coming up with the adjustment for the theater.
Can I ask a question of the parking director?
Yes, you can.
Because if we're going to enforce it, we're gonna have
Who's
to,
gonna do that?
we were
Who's gonna do
actually
that?
going to have some people that are enforcing it during the nighttime hours, and I don't believe we have parking people
It was-
then.
Nope, it was on.
It's on.
Sienna McKay, Director of Leisure Services. Parking is one of the divisions in my department, and we currently do not have evening staff to cover this
Right.
enforcement. And it would be quite challenging to do within 30 days.
We'd need a new person.
PBSO is.
Well, no, if they're setting up at 5 o'clock,
Yes.
we can have a parking person. They're here to what, 6 or 7?
Yes, we could do that, but it would be like if they did it again in the evening.
No, that's what I'm
we
saying.
would
If,
be here
if we
to-
see
yeah.
them setting up, you're shut down and we need to send them a cease and desist letter if they haven't filed due with their paperwork. But I'm assuming that they're all going to get their paperwork in.
We don't have paperwork. Let's bring.
Yes, we do. We just got to separate the contract, separate the
No, but we don't have
application
an
out.
We don't have an application.
We have an application.
We do have an application?
Yes, it just needs to be separated from the cafe.
What time do your parking attendant, I don't know what they're called,
We
go
have
home?
Different shifts, but yeah, so we usually like 6, 7 o'clock is some of the shift times. So it depends because.
Could you modify the shift so that there would be later people without having to increase your budget?
I could look into that. I can speak with my parking manager about that.
I mean, I'm just throwing it out there.
Either for the evening, for the full time, we did have a discussion with our parking manager. And we would need to add more staffing, full-time staffing.
And we're gonna have to add that anyway for parking.
Correct. What we talked about before is you would be looking at a minimum of probably 3 additional positions.
Mhm.
And you would look at doing a second shift. So since we have current staff going until 5 or 6, you would want to have a second shift would basically be like a 4 to midnight. So you have overlap with the staff,
Mhm.
and then you have a second shift.
How about some part-time people? I mean, to midnight, do we really need till midnight? And,
Yeah.
and here's another question, just, we're talking, while we're talking about, let's just have, if there's a, oh God, if there's a car parked on Lucerne Avenue and no one sees a valet parker park it,
How do you know?
that that's
Yeah.
right?
How do we know if it's a valet parking
Yeah.
car?
How do I know that I didn't park it versus a valet person parked it?
What we've noticed is that there are tickets from the
Oh,
valets in their dash. That's what we've been observing.
Okay.
I gotta get me one of those.
Get a handicap.
And we do also have the beach to monitor as well. So having the 2 locations to be monitoring would mean additional staff
Okay.
in the long.
Is it realistic to get something changed and improved and deal with all these complications in 30 days?
I don't know. I don't know if staff agrees with them, but,
If we are, if we come to a consensus as far as what you guys want changed or what you want to remain in the ordinance,
You could have your first reading of the ordinance in about a month, but it would not be adopted final.
I was going to recommend the first meeting of May, which would be, this May 6th would be the first reading. And then the second reading would be the 20th of May.
And
So that'd
What
be
do we
the
do
first
in the
and
meantime?
That's the question right now we have in front of us.
Yeah.
dying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's inconvenient, but.
Thank you.
Again, I just feel like we're not enforcing anything in the city. Send them a letter. We're redoing the valet ordinance. This is what's coming down the pipeline. Here's the application. Get your crap together, find a parking lot, work on your insurance. You've got 30 days to get it together.
Amen.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Correct.
If that can happen, that's great.
And somebody can take a snippet of that and put it on social media too.
With a QR code.
Let's take a deep breath.
And we haven't given staff clear guidance. What are
Well-
we doing with one per block, two per block? What are
can-
we doing with?
can we vote on the
It's-
motion?
It's the ordinance as.
I call the question.
I'm good.
Thank you.
So
May-
just to
repeat
clarify
that
things,
motion?
Mr. Segwich is to enforce the current,
Enforce the current ordinance and issue permits to those that have applied
within 30 days,
within 30 days.
and have staff come back
And
with
then
some revisions. Are we?
that would be
in-
a second motion.
Okay. So let's do that motion first. The staff, letters go out, applications go out within 30 days. So,
Second.
okay.
Is it
Not
just to
Jamie
send them-
Brown, his light is
Just
on.
one quick question
Sure.
before you guys vote. Someone puts in a permit. They pay the permit fee and everything.
Mhm.
We bring back changes to this ordinance, which now means that this would change possibly the cost of the permit. When would we go about making those changes or saying, okay, you now need to resubmit for the new
Or we
changes?
say apply for the permit with a caveat that be on notice that we'll be gonna coming back to you with a change.
So my comment on that for the cost of it, leave the cost as it is. When you do the math of it, even if we went to the West Palm Beach amounts, we're talking $6,000. And, you know, if we're going to delay this thing for $6,000 of revenue, I don't think it's
Yeah.
worth it. So this year they get it for the 2,400 or 2,464. And once we make the changes, we make the changes.
Yeah, I mean.
If we never make
new
the
year
change, we never
starts
make the
Well,
change.
I very much want the changes. I want changes regarding the theater.
Yeah.
I'm adamant about.
What is the
theater.
fee in the fee schedule?
$7 a square foot.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, and it runs concurrent with our fiscal year. So it's October 1st through September 30th. So if you put in the permit and everything right now, and per our ordinance right now, basically in July, you would be starting this process again. So you are already ready to go for October 1st.
So
for
we
this
would be
fiscal year.
prorating their application.
doesn't.
There is no
all right.
prorating.
Okay, I'm
It's
just
part
I'm
of
just
this.
asking for the
Sorry,
record.
sorry.
Okay.
Okay, as long, yeah, but I'm gonna bark if we don't come back to something for the theater. So, but as far as that goes, and when you don't want to, so the motion is to enforce it, to send out a letter within 30 days, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's the first motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Reluctantly, aye.
I'm a nay because
Yeah.
to me, it seems like we're pushing, we don't look very together. We're saying, well, we don't know what we're doing.
Well,
We
it's-
haven't fixed it.
listen, it's
There is
never
an
been a
ordinance.
problem until now. It's never been a problem until now.
But there's an ordinance and it's on the
All right,
books.
and we've never enforced it.
But it doesn't
Okay,
work. I don't think
okay,
it works
shh,
for a
shh,
number of them,
shh, shh,
but
shh, shh.
so I'm a nay on that one.
Okay, Mr. Segert, you have another comment?
My second motion was to instruct staff to come back with changes to the ordinance addressing the fee, addressing section 3C to allow the city to lease out public property to the valets to address things like the Bohemian, and to address the number of spaces to accommodate for potentially the theater
And can you add in the insurance of 1 million, 3 million?
and the insurance amount.
Second.
Well, we should be listed as additional insured.
We are, but it doesn't have a dollar figure. It just says
Right.
insurance.
Okay, well, we're not. It doesn't say additional
It does.
insured.
It
Doesn't-
says City of Lake Worth Beach and the Florida Department of Transportation.
That's not additional insured. So additional
I'm
insured
going
1,
with
3.
the attorney here.
Additional insured 1 to 3. I agree with that. So we have a second. Do we have a motion? And we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I seconded.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great.
You was I?
Yeah,
You
I was an aye.
You
Wow.
was,
Yeah.
you was an aye.
You was an aye. Yeah.
All right. Woo. Yeah, I'm torn about that, but I understand. We need, I mean,
We have to, we're elected to make decisions.
Did
No, no,
did you say we are reluctant to make this?
We are elected
Oh,
to
I
make
was-
decisions
but we also have to take.
and we are reluctant.
We also have to take into consideration our downtown people. So.
Agreed.
What are we at next?
Well, we're doing.
Apparently I went to the
last-
bathroom
We
and
did, we just shut it all down. Okay, now
We're on new business A, Madam Mayor.
Poor Valentina's been here forever. Task order number one. Task order number one. With Enfront Consulting LLC to provide assistance with the city's supplemental capacity and energy request for proposals. Do I
Motion
have-
to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Did you vote?
You didn't
Okay.
give me hardly a chance to catch my breath.
Did you vote?
I did not yet. So
Well,
I'm an aye.
okay.
Thank you.
So it's unanimous.
you.
B,
Usually you.
First Amendment to the agreement with Data Pros LLC, soon to be known as Matrix Imaging Solutions for utility bill printing and mailing services. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Wait, wait, there's. there's- I have-
Okay.
I must,
I have stuff on this one.
I must clarify something on this request.
Okay.
What you have is not exactly clear. So this contract was a 3-year contract with 2 1-year extensions. The first 3 years of the contract were at $170,000 per year. The 4th year, which is the one we're looking for approval on, has increased to 180,000. So you're being asked to approve 180,000. This, it seems to imply you're being asked to approve a $10,000 increase. You're being asked to approve 180,000. Of that 180,000, 90,000 will be spent in the fiscal 25 year, which is the current year, because this contract ends in the middle of the fiscal year, and the other 90,000 is in fiscal 26. So to correct my explanation or make it clearer, I hope,
There's mine.
restate it, is that this is year 4. We're looking to have the 1-year extension approved at a rate of $180,000 per year, which is $10,000 higher than we were paying in the first 3 years, which they were allowed to do under the agreement.
So
Just wanted to make sure that you understood that you were approving 180. You're not approving a $10,000 increase. You're approving 180,000 for year 4,
which is a $10,000.
which is $10,000 higher than prior years.
All right.
Can,
Mr. McVoy?
and then Ms.
I had two things. A long-standing one concern I've had is part of the reason that the myth persists that we're more expensive than other places, our neighbors, is that a lot of people tend to look at the total, which is water plus electric plus sewer. I've thought it, and not my idea, but just an idea, could we do something to help deal with that misperception? And one thought would be, and that's why it relates to printing, could we print the water part in blue and the electric part in green or red and purple or whatever it is, some way to make it clear that the total on your electric is just this. And that's what you should compare to other people.
You could do a lightning bolt and a drop of water.
No,
No,
some kind of.
I'm being
Some
serious.
kind of
That's
differentiate.
cheaper than color.
But something so that, because
And
less,
for
fewer
sewer.
people, in my experience, knocking on a lot of doors, fewer people are complaining about the electric rate, but there still are a lot of people who are, oh, it's way more expensive. And that would be my thought. The other thought, and this one's a little further out there, I recognize, but we now put a year history graph on both the water and the electric, which is very helpful. I'm 100% in favor of that. What would be nice is to give some idea of how they're comparing on that year graph to the standard number, whether 1,000 kilowatt hours average per year or 1,100, either one of those numbers, so that people can sort of see where they are compared to that. Because I think that would help a lot of people who say, oh my gosh, my electric bill is huge. Well, yeah, but you're using twice, the industry standard for Florida or for South Florida. I think it would be helpful, and it'd be the most helpful would be if it was seasonally adjusted, which is a little more complicated. But it's a change to the graph that would help give additional information. And it would help people it would help us deal with our reputation that we're too expensive, which is not accurate. We've had many discussions that it's not accurate that we're more expensive, but helping people see why their bill is higher. It's not because we're charging them.
A change to the graph? I mean, we do give them a graph,
We keep the graph,
right?
but add on basically a dashed line or some sort of line that helps them see where their graph is compared to it could be the city average, it could be the 1,000 or the 1,100. It's kind of the industry standard for South Florida.
The city average, well, there
The
are a
city
number.
average is a little lower, actually.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be
No, it's
based on the
actually-
size of the
it's
house
actu-
and stuff?
It's actually a little bit higher, but I think there are a number, there's 1,000 kilowatt hour per month benchmark that's used in the industry, but there's also a 1,200 that
Right,
is used
either
in the
one of
industry.
those.
We tend to benchmark mostly around the 1,000 kilowatt hour residential customer. The citywide average, which includes all residential and commercial, is actually closer to 1,300 and change. But that
That's
includes very
very
large commercial.
commercial.
It's not a weighted average. That's just
Right.
a bulk average. But
Right.
so you're saying that we would just put an arbitrary dash line across the bill at 1,000 so they can see that, hey, I'm either above or below.
I would
That's-
prefer it to be seasonally adjusted, the temperature,
Well,
but
the
I
bench,
don't-
the
I'm open
benchmark,
to-
but the benchmark is not seasonally adjusted. It's just flat 1,000.
it makes it less useful, but
Right.
it still would be something to give people a comparison point.
Well,
We-
I don't know. I think it's more, I mean,
Yeah, the risk is that it confuses people. What's this other line? But I understand your point, Commissioner. I think this is an issue that every municipal utility that I'm aware of deals with. Gainesville has gone so far as to say they're not going to, well, they're a utility authority, and they've been printing the bills for the other city services together with their bills. So in order to have their customers understand, they're actually going to take the hit, or there's going to be a hit financially because they're going to separate the bills, is my understanding.
I've thought of,
Right. Yeah,
we don't go by.
they're going to
No, I-
separate, but that's an example of what somebody else is doing. And others are thinking about it, but it's expensive because you're in our
Right.
case, you're going to take that number of bills times the cost of envelopes and first class stamps.
Right.
And
that's
do-
where I thought the
and-
color thing
yeah.
is a price compliment.
Water, like, I mean, something that's visual for people who maybe can't.
they're already on different pages of the bill.
Yeah.
They are,
I mean,
but people still go to that total,
Yeah.
I think. And it hurts us because we don't want to have that reputation as being the most
I mean, we
expensive.
can have a continued discussion, but it wouldn't, I would say that it wouldn't change the need for a vote tonight up and down on where we're going
Yeah.
to this contract, but we can talk about the real, redesign. And we have redesigned the bill periodically.
Right.
And we continue to
If-
add things every
if-
month.
If we approve this contract, does it formally leave us some room to adjust the billing?
We
The
would have to
printing?
approach them to make some changes and then get their cost to make the changes. I'll
Valentina's
defer to
saying no.
Valentina.
come on up.
That's
You've been
my
waiting
tr-
all night
My
for this.
trusted
phone.
lifeline.
Yeah.
She is our subject matter expert on the contract.
Yes.
Valentina Susteda, Assistant Finance Director for Procurement. This would not be included in this contract. This would be changing the scope of the originally agreed style of the bill. So we will have to request to see how much that would cost, and then we will have to bring it back to you for the amendment.
It's going to cost more, sure.
Even if they're still printing the same quantity, but just, either the color or the lightning bolts or something, and possibly the
When you
line.
print, you're running things through at different colors instead of just black. It's a very, having worked in a paper mill.
Yeah, we did not, we agreed on a bill design with them when they priced this, and we do have the ability to add comments on a month by month basis. There's sections where we can change messaging, but to change the color and then add more information to existing graphs, I'm assuming they would want to charge us more to do that.
Sure.
I think you should add a comment in the box. It says, call Commissioner McVoy and he will explain
He'll
the bill
tell
to
you.
you.
I think that's a wise.
Isn't that a great idea?
That's
Okay, so do we have a motion and a second? All in favor?
motion to approve.
Second by,
We already did all that.
I
We
think
just have
Motion
to
was
vote.
by Commissioner May, the second was by Commissioner Segrich.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
One more.
C,
Motion to approve on C.
do I have a second? Do we need anything from staff?
I would
All in
love to
favor?
explain it.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, who was the second, please?
Maliga.
Thank you.
The M's had it.
Now it's my turn.
Okay,
Commissioner liaison reports and comments.
yeah. Let's start with District 1.
Well, Tallahassee was fun.
Huh.
I really have just been keeping an eye on what's happening in Tallahassee, and on the national level. That's really been the only thing that I've been concentrating on. Tomorrow, I have a site visit with For the Children for a grant that they applied for. The grant, the awardees are coming to do a walkthrough For the Children. So I have that at 10 o'clock tomorrow. On Thursday night, I have the Habitat for Humanity gala with the president in Boca. And congratulations to Joan, our executive director for the CRA, and being the Palm Beach County's housing hero. Last year, she was nominated, and we were very saddened when she didn't get it. We were all sitting in the room waiting with anticipation. But she has fought and worked really, really hard to make affordable housing here in Lake Worth Beach a priority. And she has done that by procuring properties, getting rid of slumlords, finding grants. And I'm very excited about that. She deserves it. She deserves the accolades and all the attention that she's going to get. So please send her an email, reach out to her.
So that's happening at the dinner on Thursday?
No,
Oh.
two different things.
Yeah,
I
when's
don't-
that?
Middle of April. I can't remember the date for that.
That
But we get to go, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all I got.
Thank you. District 2?
Yeah, I have had interactions, try to support various groups. One group has reached out to me, nonprofit groups. I think we all are involved in various different ones. The one that comes to mind right now is called, it's got a weird name, Interactive Community Alliance. They do, I believe they're all free courses. Up till now, they've mostly been in Spanish for project management, for electricians, and for something else that I can't remember. They mostly use staff from FIU to teach the courses. They've been holding them at the Lutheran Church near the Circle. They're looking for space. I'm trying to find things. So if anybody knows of space for them, it's a nonprofit based here in Palm Beach County. They are also seeking to expand the courses into English. They also do work safety courses, especially dealing with heat and things, workplace safety. They also do one for what are those things that forklifts. So yeah, forklifts. Yeah, you got it. And I think I've also talked with some other organizations. I talked with at Pride Festival. I talked with the Red Cross that they're also in. They have some space. Anyhow, the main things that I had comments on were from the workshop that we had yesterday, which I thought was quite instructive on P3s, public-private partnerships. And I think one of the biggest results or take-home messages that I got was a clear indication that P3s are a little complicated. They can go south, and that it's really important that the community and everybody involved has a clear idea of what is the problem that you're trying to solve. And in this case, the one that we're most actively involved in is the parking garage. And I took away, I don't know if other people took the same message, but I took away the message that these things don't work well if a large majority of your community is not on board in agreeing that this is a problem that we have and this is a problem that needs solving. How you get to the solution, that can vary some, but if you don't even agree on the problem, that is a problem. And I know there was a bit of a discussion that, well, there's always going to be cavers who don't want anything. I think that is a mistake. I counted 23 emails of people that I don't know the names. So they are not the usual cavers in my email indicating they had a problem with the parking garage or problem with paid parking or both. I would not consider Tammy Panza anything like, she's a real estate person, anything like a caver. She's been concerned about the parking for quite a while, is my understanding. I would also say, as a measure of do we have broad support in the community, I think it is worth pointing out as empirical data that 2 people ran on supporting parking garage, WMOTA, paid parking, and they lost in two different districts. So that's empirical information that the community was not behind that. So I, despite support from the commission, despite outside money, or despite a variety of things, still lost. So that's a data point for us as far as trying to empirically figure out, is there support? Another thing I took away from it is that it's very important that the community works, that the public out of the public-private partnership is the elected council. We've had lots of staff meetings with the private portion of this, but I, at least as a council person, as elected person, was not brought into any of that. I was not asked, hey, we're at a decision point. Do you approve of that? Do you support that? That didn't happen. The folks from the nonprofit said those kinds of interactions should happen every 90 days. Didn't happen. This project has been going on for more than a year. There weren't those 90-day interactions. They pointed out that the interaction with the community should be two ways, that not just that this is a presentation pushing information out, but an opportunity for the community to say, hey, this is what we would like. And we kind of have ignored what some of the public comment mentioned, that we had a very strong charrette process, and not a 7-day, you could come and look at maps, and it was till 10 o'clock at night. And we've kind of ignored the conclusions out of that. That's a problem. I heard that the state unsolicited proposal process, which, if I understood correctly, and I might not have, but I took away that he helped write Florida's state statute on that. His impression was that you have to take into account the public comments at both the first and the second meeting. We did not do that. That's a concern for me. I also took away that communities can get a reputation in the P3 world. And if the reputation is that you don't handle this stuff very well, that you go off in a direction that doesn't have community support, that you didn't do all these interactions, you're going to be developing a reputation that, hey, the competent P3 folks are not going to want to invest because you don't have it. One of the other things, I talked to the gentleman, Rodney, for a while afterwards, and he said, gave me a very interesting number that I've never heard in any of this discussion of parking. He says in the investment community, the number they use for forward planning is that parking will decline. The demand for parking will decline at 2% a year. That's at a national level. So that demand for parking is going down, not going up. We've all talked about, oh, we have to plan for the future. It's going to be more. It's going to be more. That's not what the investment community says. 2% a year doesn't sound like a lot. In 10 years, that's a decline of more than 20%. I didn't see that factored into any of this analysis of whether we have a real need for parking. So to me, I took away from that workshop that we have not done a very good job. We do not have the community support. We do not have the interaction. That concerns me a lot.
Thank you. District 3?
Thank you. So yeah, Tallahassee was good and, well, not good, but I mean, actually it was, I mean, everybody was fighting for the same things that we're fighting for. So it was good in that sense, you know, and I think that having the Florida League of Cities be such a large voice, I mean, there was over 350 electeds there, all with the same exact message. So that was powerful. The Pride parade yesterday or Sunday was a lot of fun, and I'm glad that we all did that, and I'm glad that I got home before it rained. And so I had a different take from the P3s, and I'm not going to go into that now, but I do think we should have staff come, like we talked about last night, staff come back with a follow-up plan of how we want to handle P3s coming in. I also think that, so tonight we had an effective discussion about the cemeteries because we had a proposed ordinance that we kind of tweaked. And I think our conversation about the valet was could have been more succinct and powerful and decision making if we were given like this is what we as staff think we should do and can do. What do you guys think? Instead of having us kind of have to write it. And I know that you gave us the current language, and maybe Jamie, we just didn't let you talk enough, but I felt like it was a kind of a all over the place conversation. And I think that if there's a training on how to have conversations and get to the point of a resolution, I would be willing to take that training. The other thing is I want to go back to city manager. I do think that we should go back to either I would assume the proposals that we got last year are expired. So I would be for having, does everybody think that we need to have a company go out and hire? Is that how it works? Then
They bring recommendations back.
okay, like a headhunter kind of?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that I'd like to have consensus of reigniting that process, having Valentina get her, well, that's fine, but directing Valentina to put the process or the RFP out again, blah, 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 so that can be started. And that's it.
Thank you. District 4?
Well, thank you. Excited to be here. Excited to be part of the process. And I also would echo Mimi's sentiment about getting the process for the city manager started. I also think that we might want to reconsider the changes that we made recently to our rules and procedures about having to have consensus to get things on the agenda. I understand why it was done, but I think it could also be slowing us down. And then just, I do think the discussion on parking could have gone shorter, maybe with more focus on adhering to Robert's rules. We have the lights, let's turn them on, take our turns and try to, cut down on the interjections, and wait until you're recognized. And I think things will go a lot faster and easier with that. If it'll eliminate some of the back and forth. But I'm excited to be up here, excited to learn, and excited to do great things. So I'm honored to be here. Thank you.
I'm brief. I have my first notice of the city manager search. Jamie's wonderful. We love him, but I think it's time to do that. And I'm going to say, I would. At the end, I'd like to have a different company do the search, do the outreach, and I guess Valentina has something to do with that.
Well, yeah, what I recommended when we spoke, I think it was last week, we probably do it at the 15th meeting. I would have Valentina come, kind of like she did last time, kind of go over the process and everything with everyone. I would want her to distribute the actual RFQ that would go out for the search firm to each of you. So you guys could actually review the RFQ, make sure that it contains the language in it and it actually has the attributes you're looking for in a search firm. So then she could start putting that solicitation together and then put that out after she's gotten everything from all of you. And then kind of gives you the final version. So you're like, okay, we're good with this going out. Then putting the whole thing out again. And then like what happened last time, there would be a short listing. You guys would do the evaluation matrix. It would get shortlisted to basically 3 firms, depending on how many people put in for it. And then those shortlisted firms would come in, they would present to all of you, and then you guys would make a selection. And that's when the process would then start, where they would then start putting together, they meet with each of you individually to get what your vision is for what you see the next city manager being and what they should be able to do and their background and everything. And then taking that from each one of you, then putting together that overall solicitation, which is typically a nationwide search, and then putting that whole thing out. And then the process keeps on moving from there. But step 1 would be having Valentina come and present to all of you about how the process is going to work, and then getting that RFQ to each one of you so you can review that.
Yep, thank you. The second thing, Gay Pride was amazing. If there are going to be cuts, I think we're going to have to all be creative and try to help Compass get it together next year. I think the PVSO was $17,000 this year because of the extra side streets. It was quite burdensome. Tallahassee, as you know, it's an interesting place to be. It's hard to get there and hard to get home, but I feel like we did a really good job with being up there. 375 municipal people were there, the largest crowd they've ever had. And I think that we're told that the legislators were impressed by that and heartened by, because they're up there a lot, they're up there fighting the good fight. The Art League, we have an Art League which has been in existence since I think 1942. I believe the building, which is now the sort of library gathering room, was originally built to house the Art League, but somehow that fell apart, changed. They are paying now $2,500 a month in the little place that they're in. It's killing them. So I'm putting it out there, if the city has, my hope is that when we don't have a time frame for when the annex is going to be. Where are we at with the time with the annex?
That will be coming. We are now in receipt of the overall report, which will be written forward to all of you, inclusive of the engineer's opinion of probable cost.
Yeah.
So we need to have some conversation, because before we can even really get into putting the investment in, we need to decide, all of you need to decide, what is the future use of that building?
Which is exactly what I'm talking about.
Correct.
I think things like the Art League, city groups, I think we've discussed that, like the electrical customer service is not going back in there, is my understanding. But that's the thought at this point. That's what we'll be discussing. But I think the Art League would be perfect for it. And they're a wonderful organization that has been here for their part of our history. And I think we should, even if in the meantime, if we had a space to just get them into on a temporary basis, they would appreciate it, because
Do they need valet parking?
no, they don't actually. Well, you know where they are now? Oh, it's right on loose. It's not a lot of space. What? No, it's like 25 by 75. I mean, it's not a huge space. And they just are desperate to stop bleeding money right now. I mean, they're paying it out of their own.
So are a bunch of other places that have come to us.
Thank you for that helpful hint.
Like the historical.
Well, that's and then my feeling for that building is that we should have the Art League in there. We should have this history museum in there, and anything else. But I think those are the two things that we need to pay attention to. So if any private owners out there want to give a really good deal to a really good group, give us a call. A new company, no, that's for city manager. Robert's Rules of Orders, yeah, I mean, and I'm preparing that whole thing about Robert's Rules. And it's interesting because you want Robert's Rules, but then we sometimes find them hindering, because then we do sometimes have, so that's kind of where I have to judge that. But I think we all should bone up on our Robert's Rules. Even to the point of having a quick workshop on reminding us of the Sunshine Law. Just if you don't look at each other like that. Just kind of we have one new commissioner, and let's just kind of have a session where we all kind of talk about what processes where we're comfortable with, when we're in the sunshine. Because I'm sure that Mr. Segrich is going to feel the burden of the Sunshine Law, if he hasn't already. It's really hard. I want to thank staff for everything. This parking thing, yeah, we did talk a lot about parking, but it's not just like, oh, let's just wave the magic wand and the thing is fixed. We have those people have to identify where they're going to get their private parking, and there are lots. There's the lot on First Avenue South, where the old your church used to be, and there's Presbyterian Church. I've often said those are places that they're right there, and valet parkers could use them. So I feel very protective of the fact that one particular group, the theater, does need to set special recognition, because it's true, and they've been here for 100 years. So let's not mess with them. I hope everyone out there is well, and let's hope that everybody gets healthy. I've got to be in court at 8:30 tomorrow, so it's going to be a fun morning. I'm going to go home. So thank you very much. And do I have a motion? Jamie and Arnold, who did they talked enough already?
I'll be quick. So just a quick recap. So we obviously postponed unfinished business C, the discussion regarding the 20%. That will be, unless I'm directed otherwise, put on to the 15th meeting, April 15th meeting.
As long as there's not a lot, I mean, we had a lot of heavy discussion items. So if we could, I would love it on the 15th, obviously, but let's not load it up that we're looking at.
Okay. And I was going to give the public comments we gotten for that item to the clerk.
Okay.
I'm sure she's got plenty that were sent in. So
Yep.
that is the
Commissioner May?
I don't know if other people need it, but since we did postpone it, I would love to have Mr. Waters at my one-on-one to talk about that.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else needs that, but I do.
For the 25%?
Yeah, because I read through the statute, I read through a lot of it, and I have a lot of questions that
That's
it
a
would
good
make
idea.
sense for me to meet with him before, ask all of those questions, and then,
Yeah,
you know.
think that's a good idea. Maybe-
So if anybody else wants it, I'm gonna request it.
Yeah, I think that's a good
would everyone
idea.
like that?
I would like it.
I can have that scheduled for next week then for each of your one-on-ones for the beginning of each one of those. Also, it was good to see Pride went well. To your comment, Mayor, on the cost of the MOT. Unfortunately, now and moving into the future with what you've kind of seen happen, the most recent being New Orleans and what happened in Europe. That's just kind of the
It
way
has to
things
be-
are going
absolutely.
now with large gatherings
Yeah.
of people. We now have to make sure that, and it's just a matter of, and we met with Compass the Thursday before.
Right.
Because typically you just have your DOT approved maintenance of traffic plan, but now you have to kind of overlay that with PBSO and the safety plan as well,
Absolutely.
which unfortunately adds quite a cost, but the result, if you don't do that, can be not as well. So also DOT Lake Avenue Bridge closure. We look like we're about I talked to Mike Miller, he's Palm Beach County Operations. We're about a week to 2 weeks out from what I was told today. It is the what did you say it was? Oh, the input shaft, which is actually what
The what?
the input shaft,
The input shaft.
which is
Input shaft.
what helps the bridge actually articulate up and down. So that's what failed, and it's being machined right now. So yeah, so that's actually the name of the part that's currently being machined. So that's what the issue has been this whole time. They have to make the part. So they say we're a week to 2 weeks out from it being corrected.
2 to 3.
I say by the end of April, if I had to guess. In working with our city attorney, 10 South Ocean, our beach property, we have received a title opinion and a report. This is in regard to the situation with the town of Palm Beach and the 10 feet and everything. Next step is getting our surveyor on board, which I've already spoken with. So we're just now doing our due diligence before we go back to meet with them. Be interesting. I'll say that as a record.
It's an interesting.
But we needed to kind of we got what they told us the situation was. So now we're just making sure that we're
What Palm Beach told us the
Correct.
situation was?
during
Let's see
during
if
that
they're
whole
right.
process. So that has not been forgotten. Obviously, just letting you guys
And
all
I
know
wanna-
that's still ongoing,
This
and we
summer
will be
need to deal
we will
with
be
that.
coming back to you guys with something soon as far as that's concerned. Staff had our budget kickoff last week. It's almost that time again. The fun's about to start.
Mhm.
So that's enough for me tonight. It's almost 11 o'clock.
It's a wall.
I have nothing.
Oh, we like that about you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to resign. Motion.
Second.
A second?
Second.